there's a
So he's
gnome
unrelated.
named crap. What is his name?
Marcello.
Marcello, who is Mario. I don't remember if he has a brother or not.
He does.
He
His
does.
name's Lucio.
Yep.
Lucio. Okay, good.
Yep.
Better.
He's a senator. Senator Lucio.
Definitely got mentioned. The best power-up is the wing cap, but it's only the best power-up because it feels so good, and I don't think there's any way to emulate in like a TTRPG.
It's super duper easy. You just have a fly speed for a while, right?
Well, right, but I mean, it's still cool. Obviously, having a fly speed is wonderful.
Yeah, it's not quite the same.
But it's not the same
It's
as
gotta
the
be a
wing cap, right?
If people could quit rolling the fireball and get some of the other items, that'd be cool.
Well, that's the thing, is it'll like upgrade more as you level up too.
Yep.
But there have been like 3 fireballs rolled out on the D6. I'm like, cool. There's like 3 that haven't been rolled. I don't know what they are. We got Tanuki and we got the fireball.
Banana peel? Is there a banana peel?
I have not done a banana peel yet. Yet being the operative word.
You gotta get a chain shot.
I feel like it's got to be like the lazy shell or something, right?
What's the lazy shell?
Where if you press A right when the die lands, you get bonus damage. I don't know.
See, I emulated the timed hit with his jump attack, where if you roll a crit, you get to do the attack again.
I was going to say that that's my favorite thing that you've done so far, but with the Mario theme.
Yeah, I'm real happy about that.
Yeah, it's real good.
Jumping on top of people. What are Toad's powers? I don't understand what he can do. Aside from be really shrill.
Toad can't do much of anything. But Frog he's trained in the ways of the gnomish warriors of Sibylline.
Toads together strong.
Toad's together strong.
I mean, Toad's playable in the newer ones.
It's true.
Do everything Mario and Luigi can do.
See the Mario RPG?
He's the shopkeepers and the villagers in Mario RPG.
Oh. Do you get Mario RPG items in your game? I feel like
Absolutely.
that's...
In addition to being Toad, I'm also Mallow, apparently. So,
A little bit, yeah.
who is the weird frog cloud thing? Yeah.
We are also live.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello, friends.
Okay, I won't do my Toad impression then.
I mean,
Please do, though.
If you want to,
No.
you can.
It's probably
Are you
not
ready
gonna,
to play?
It's not going to be good to hear over a microphone anyway, probably.
That's fair.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
This is totally unrelated to anything. I'm just filling time while I go make the announcement over on Anthology. But Sochi is making chicken waffle sandwiches tonight.
Goddamn.
Oh my god.
And I'm real
I'm
ready.
so excited.
I'm very
Sounds
excited.
amazing.
And jerk tater tots?
Jerk tater tots.
Jesus.
Yep.
Stop.
Right?
Did you know that chicken and waffles to me, chicken waffles is right next to pork belly as a thing that, like, if it is on the menu, you order it. You stop looking at the menu and that's what you order.
Oh, see, I'm not big on pork belly.
Oh, I fucking love pork belly.
I
If
love
I-
pork belly.
Yeah,
Pork's
to
the
me,
most overrated meat. I don't really like pork that much.
crazy and wrong.
It's alright. It's the best kind of barbecue.
No
Wow.
question. It's also the best kind of taco. Al pastor can't be beat.
Anyway, when we left off last time, you guys had all kind of regrouped, closed the portal. You were confronted by the kobold cultist who returned with a big old spider boy, and tried to steal the thread of Tiama's loom back. But you guys were able to beat it up before it was able to run away with the thread. And then you spent some time just kind of regrouping and seeing how much you could help the citizens, kind of getting everybody up to the oasis, sharing water, giving medical treatment to the survivors, trying to get some sort of a chain of command going on to figure out who was in charge. And all the while, a few of you were working with Uno, who was doing a bunch of drawings to try to start to piece together what she knows, especially as it relates to Ozymandias' plan and how they all kind of come together. She didn't have a whole lot of... Well, she had a lot of information. She doesn't have the whole picture, but she shared a lot of it. And you guys were able to piece together a few things. That takes most of the day. And as night begins to fall, you guys settle in to rest somewhere, presumably. And Elise does mention she is not really sure what to do next. She doesn't know if she should continue traveling with you guys, if she should stay and try to help her people. And she is kind of looking for thoughts and input on the whole thing. So while she's like got you all at the ship or wherever you rested, which coincidentally is now outfitted with a magic mirror mansion, wherever you want to have that affixed. Well, what do you think? What do I do?
What do you want to do, Elise?
I don't know. Truthfully, there's only one person in the city that I'm very close to, and it would be just as easy to grab her and pull her into this mirror and leave as it would be to do anything else. But that's not to say that I don't care about these people in this place. I feel like maybe I have some sort of a duty to them, but I don't know how I feel about duty in general.
As a queen, I've never been a queen myself, so I don't know what this entails. But what are your duties?
Well, I'm supposed to do my best to balance the opposing needs of the people in my kingdom. Some people will want things, and I can provide them. Some people will want things that I can't provide, and some people will want things that other people don't want, and I have to decide how to mediate between them. I don't know. I would have to figure out how to feed them, how to rebuild, what to do with the people that were lost and the things they left behind.
Perhaps this is too much to decide for one person, no matter how powerful they are. I suggest a council.
Okay, I like that idea. Maybe gather up the leaders that are left and have a round table sort of thing.
Not simply the leaders who have been left behind, but also representatives from the lower tiers.
All right, I think that's a good idea.
After all, they would not have a voice otherwise. As for the rebuilding and recovery of this place, I suppose we need to do something about that while we are here.
Um, if you have any ways to help, I certainly wouldn't say no, but you've already done a lot.
Please, I am aspiring to become God. I cannot do enough.
Well, I think you would certainly earn some faith at least.
We will need still stones, level 1s.
I'm sure we have some of those. Obviously, everything in the palace was taken, but there are banks and shops. Surely they didn't hit the whole city.
Well, I will need documentation saying that I have emergency powers letting me do this.
Hmm. G give me a persuasion check.
Sure. This is gonna be flat. I've
Um,
got no proficiency.
Norda, you get the sense that she's conflicted. Her instinct is to run. She doesn't have a strong connection to this place. She doesn't feel like she was super responsible for what happened here, and she knows that if she stays, she's going to get blamed for it. And she knows that, like, if she does stay and take on the responsibility for all of this, she's going to have to do a lot of cleanup for something that, like, she really didn't have a hand in. With that said, you can sense maybe just a little bit of a tingling of, like, maybe this is my opportunity to do some good or something. She's very torn.
Okay.
Uh, Elise, to you, Nomad. Okay, so let's maybe make this a round table too. We can talk to the people that own these stones and see how many would be willing to contribute and who we can get them from. And if we don't have enough after that, we can look into taking them.
Of course, it would not be a seizure. Though I feel like in a time of emergency like this, when food rations are low, the warehouses would be partially empty. A lot of the animals are dead or dying or unfit for consumption. There must be some methods that normally would not be in play that would
Absolutely.
now come into play.
Absolutely. I guess what I mean is let's talk and learn before I go signing any papers giving you emergency authority. Not that I don't trust you, nor does she doesn't trust him. I just think we should talk first.
Understandable.
I don't know nothing about leading a city or being a king or nothing like that, or queen. But I do know there's some real big, bad, nasty people that are coming for us, and you're part of us. If you stay here, it ain't gonna be safe. That's for damn sure. But I don't think that the people who are looking for us are gonna stop. You being a queen is gonna make it easier, I'd think, for them.
On the bright side, I would have Royal Guard, although I don't know if they are actually any better than being with all of you.
They are also currently in dire straits.
Yeah. That's true for sure. Maybe a queen by proxy? I don't know. That feels
Assign a
strange.
region.
But yeah, I could do that. Stay in
This is why
communication
I
with
suggest
somebody.
the formation of a council. That way they can rule based on votes. At
Yeah,
least while you're not here.
it's probably the safest thing for this city if you ain't here. Honestly, if Ozymandias and his minions are coming for us, if they come here looking for you, even if you got your royal guard and all that, that ain't gonna stop him from killing all manner of folk around here. But if you ain't here,
We will need to bring your mother with us, however.
Oh, I can try to talk to her. I I can try to talk to her. She won't want to leave, but I think I can at least assure her that I can put her mirror anywhere. She's made a little home in there, I guess.
Understandable.
All right. Well, I think for now we should sleep. It's been a very long day, and you've all worked hard to help.
What time is it?
At this point, it is probably about 8:30, 9 o'clock. There's still just a little bit of red left on the horizon, but things are starting to get dark. There's a big, long shadow cast by the mountain range. The city, which was already a little bit eerie and quiet, has now gone even quieter as everybody has kind of retreated into whatever homes they can find. You can hear a few people wandering around, some of them looking for survivors, some of them just brazenly looting. Some of them trying to find food and water. But even all of the people that are still doing that commotion just have this somber quietness about them. It's a very sullen atmosphere.
Work and rest.
Melissa has mentioned that if you want, the palace is probably secure. The ship is also probably very safe. It's up to you.
I'll stay with my sister. It's all the same to you.
I'm going to check on Spurgle, see how he's doing. It's a little hot here.
I don't care where we sleep as long as I get to sleep.
He's still doing okay. He's working with the others. They're doing kind of
How's the lesson?
a language lesson as you get down there. They're kind of reciting basic common words back and forth. Notably, they skip over a lot of the words and then they kind of like hyperfixate on the ones that are interesting to them. They seem to have like found one on toads and they just keep saying the word toads over and over and over, and then they skip through a few pages, and then they find pickle, and they really like that one. But then they skip things like, market and wheel, and they're a little picky, but they're picking up some weird words here and there. They like all the weird land animals.
Do they want a picture of them?
Yeah, they definitely will take some illustrations.
I'll spend some time at night, like doodling, very badly because I have no proficiency in it, without my godly powers.
Perfect.
Just like, this is a toad. It looks terrible.
Sure it is. I mean,
very, very good at drawing tadpoles for some reason.
yeah, you can give me like a charisma or a wisdom check to do some art if you want. Either way, it's helpful, even if it's not like tremendous quality.
Nature check, because I guess like sketches of animals fall into nature.
Yeah, I could see. I would give you like half proficiency on nature.
Well, then it's this plus 3.
That's not bad. That's actually very good. You're able to kind of draw a few of the animals that they seem to be very fixated on, and also introduce them to a few that aren't in their books, and they have a good time. They are slowly learning more and more of the wonderful nouns of common.
The underwater nautilus, but you don't have to spell it.
Can I go talk to Elise?
Yeah, absolutely. She kind of goes back and forth a few times throughout the night. But at one point, you're able to catch her alone, either on the ship or kind of just in the courtyard of the Mastaba, whatever works better for you.
Courtyard's fine.
Sure.
Hey, just wanted to talk a little. I know you're going through a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say all that. I guess I'm not really like you. I never wanted all of this, and certainly not the trouble that comes with it. I imagine you didn't want the trouble, but you want to be king someday, right?
I don't know if I want to, but I want to help everyone at home.
She kind of thinks and looks at me. I
I-
want that too, I guess.
You need to stay.
With you or with these people?
With these people.
I'm actually kind of happy to hear that there's a strong opinion on it. Why do you think so?
Because they need you. You have a good heart and a good head on your shoulders, which these people need right now. A lot of them have been living under the thumb of the handful of nobility and royalty for like centuries, potentially, and they need somebody that will help them. And the nobility here needs somebody who won't take their crap.
Hmm. You don't think it's too late, that everything is too ingrained, that it's too late to fix anything?
I think it would be hard, and you wouldn't want to make changes too drastically too quickly, but I think you could start helping, even just a little bit at a time. You know, opening the walls might be a good start.
If if I do stay, can I ask you for help sometimes. I don't want to be a burden, but truth be told, I don't know how to be a queen, and I think you at least studied a little, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right. I'm still thinking it over, but I like the idea of having a talk. I think I might try to get some of the leaders of the community to the plaza tomorrow and see what people think. I don't think that this is a decision I should make on my own. I'd like to know what they feel as well.
Of course. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be dangerous or hard. I don't want to say that I guess I don't want you to feel bad based on my opinion, because obviously our situations are very different. But I think you have a bit of an obligation to stay.
She gets a bit of a smile on her face. She says, "You know, I've had a lot of people tell me that, and I think you might be the first that has said it without a selfish motive. I don't think you get anything out of saying it, and that makes it feel a little more like maybe you're actually right." Um, I'll think on it. I think you would be a good king when the time comes. I think you understand necessity.
Thanks. I I really hope that I'm not.
Not a good king, or that you don't have to be one.
That I don't have to be.
Well, maybe you can trick Leo into doing it like I did. See how that worked out. Although I think Leo is probably... My sister was always a little strange, I guess. Not that Leo isn't a little strange, but he seems strange in a pure way, maybe? You know, I caught him talking to his missing arm one time.
Really?
Yeah, he was just...
It's sad.
Well, kind of, at first, but he was joking with it, and he had, I swear, like 8 different jokes about a missing arm. I couldn't understand some of them because my common was still broken, but he had one about a king and his sleeveys or something. I don't know.
I need that explained after the game.
I'm glad he's not doing terribly with it.
Anyway, I don't want to encourage you to shirk your responsibilities or anything, but I guess all I'm saying is I thank you for the advice. I needed it.
I miss you.
I would miss you too. I I would hope that you would come back at some point.
Are you a big hug?
Yeah, she'll kneel down and give you a big hug too. You know, if you end up being a king and I end up being a queen, we would probably have some very boring foreign diplomacy meetings sometimes.
I think that would be nice.
I think it sounds awful, but it'd be nice to see you again at least. You know, at this point, a couple of the Emerald Company guards come in and kind of ask if she's busy and if she can help sort out a little bit of figuring out where to put things back in the palace. And she gives you a squeeze, and then she stands up and kind of wipes her eye a little bit and heads off with them. Did anyone else have any other big plans before settling in for the night?
Yeah, after doodling for my Kuatoa bros, I'm going to see if I can read the kingdom's law of the land, if they have those documents.
Okay. You're able to work with Elise and get these massive, massive scrolls. She insists that they can't leave. You would need to stay in the palace library with a guard as you read through
Will I
them.
be staying here?
Kelsey for 2 weeks. Yeah, so you could, as long as you stay in the Mastaba with a guard watching, you're allowed to read through their code of laws, and kind of get a little bit more familiar with everything. Now, granted, like any legal society, to read through everything would take months and months and months, but you can kind of get the gist of things, or if there's a specific subject that you're interested in, you could do, a focused research on just that one part.
Yeah, I hyper focus on a few things, mostly their caste system and how that affects the entire thing. Who are the leaders? How are they treated? How are the lower caste treated? And I have a little notepad next to me with some quill and ink. And it's just listing section 4, subsection 3,
Excellent.
abolish this, abolish.
Perfect.
Really harmful, abolish.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check. Or if you have any sort of legal proficiency or something. History would be applicable here too if you wanted. And in fact, you might get better results with history. Oh my goodness.
Abolish.
Yeah, you're able to do a very streamlined study of things, and what really helps is you're able to tell that a lot of every time you find a bad apple law, it seems to have been something that was instituted in the past 2 to 6 years by the queen, but under the advice of her primary advisor.
Which advisor?
Let me pull that name up.
Are they dead?
The name of the advisor is Aya Sunglass. You immediately recognize that name. Yep, good. You got it out of character too. She was the royal advisor. She was the Blue Dragonborn, and you are nearly certain that she is one of the cultists that you guys killed. You guys were able to recover the body of a dead cultist who was a Blue Dragonborn who matched the vision that you had while absorbing the thoughts of the murdered high priest, who was also murdered by a cultist that looked like a Blue Dragonborn.
God, she's also the one who donated the most money.
Yep.
Or whatever.
It becomes increasingly clear to you with this history check that all of those donations were a direct bribe to basically gain her a position of power and authority. She weaseled her way up the ranks very quickly, using funds from an unknown source. And once she was on the council, she began to just kind of Grimoire tongue her way into convincing the queen to just interpret the texts of Zuanu a little bit differently. Institute a caste system, increase taxation, put a tighter leash on the water reserves. It seems that there was a very big push in the past 2 to 6 years or so to just really change the way that everything was structured in this city. And the more you study...
It's not just one source I get this all from, and there's a whole stack of books and shit on the desk.
Yeah. You're also able to very quickly notate the key things here with that Nat 20. You're able to the core texts need to stay in the palace. You're reading off of the master law book basically, but you're able to get copies of the things that you need to take with you, and you also are able to pretty much draft up over the course of the night a series of repeals that would take things back to how they were about 10 or 15 years ago, when the city was a lot more stable, back before this new caste system was implemented. Back before all of the teachings of Zuanu kind of got suppressed and then altered. You would know that the high priest that was appointed was a recent appointment, and the old one was fired and then mysteriously disappeared. It very much looks like there was an organized process that sought to create a class divide within Unmirage, and that it was very orchestrated and very deliberate, based on the laws that you've seen instituted in the past few years. Trying to think if there's anything else that you would get on that Nat 20, but I think that kind of covers everything. It should cover everything.
I think so. Seems about right.
All right. Anybody else have any big plans for the night before sleeping?
I'm going to make some dinner, and I'm going to use some of those stolen spices.
Hell yes. Give me a cooking check with advantage. Meanwhile, D is like, I can't say that I have. No. Wait, have you?
No, I was gonna ask if you wanted to try it. Maybe they'd even let us set up a blanket fort or something.
Oh my god, hell yes. What else can we...
They
Okay,
got-
so we got an opportunity here, right? Like, we get to do X in a palace. What are all of the values of X that would be cool to, like, do?
Oh God, don't even get me started.
Do you
I
wanna...
couldn't make a list in the time we have, like, to actually do X in the palace.
We can steal something. He holds up a
Oh,
finger.
way ahead of you.
We can break something. He holds up another finger.
Yeah.
Oh, we can hide, like, we can paint something and hide it somewhere so that they find it
Oh,
years
yeah.
from now. All right.
Some vandalism.
A little vandalism in a palace. Do you think we can sit on the throne?
Hey, Lees,
Huh? Yeah. Yes.
can we sit on the throne?
Give
That's not like an executable offense, is it?
me a persuasion check.
Can I have advantage because I can only assume D is right next to me and we're both giving her like the big excited puppy dog eye.
Sure. Yes, but nobody can look, right? Like it just has to be secret.
That makes it even better, right?
Okay, good. Yes, you guys can do it in secret when nobody's watching.
Give Elise and D both a big high five, and then I imagine I'd pick D up and fly over to the palace.
Yeah, she kind of like comes up with a flimsy excuse to get all the guards out of the room for like a second, and she like hurries you like go 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 go, and you know you've got like 30 or 40 seconds before she comes back around the corner where you guys can, you know, sit across the throne, and he's like, no, it's my turn. Give me, they're coming back, hurry, and you know kind of shoves you out so that he can get a turn on there as well.
Yeah, I'll let him.
When the shenanigans are over and you all return, the meal is delicious. It's incredibly spicy if you're sensitive to that sort of thing. But then
Bossy
there's...
loves it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's a very unique set of tools for you to work with, Nordell. It's probably very up your alley. I've been casually assuming that your home cooking is probably Cajun or...
Absolutely.
Yeah, then it's probably actually very up your alley. But with a little bit of a sharper twist on it. Very exotic. It's delicious.
Side note, over the last months of traveling with Elise, is there a breakfast that she prefers?
Oh boy. Let me check my notes. I don't think she has a preferred breakfast. Oh wait, no, she totally does. She likes fried pita dipped in honey.
Perfect. I'll make sure at some point tonight that I have the ingredients to make that for breakfast.
Excellent.
You can add some saffron to that.
It does sound really goddamn tasty also.
Right? Someone the other day, I forget where it was we were watching a show or something, and they were just making fried unleavened bread. Just like flour, salt, and water. And I was like, that just looks delicious. Like, please
Well,
let
I'm
me
kind
have
of into it.
it. Yeah.
Wasn't it Brian David Gilbert?
It was BDG, I think.
Is that
Maybe?
the Breath of the Wild thing?
Yeah, that's right. It was the Breath of the Wild things. Yep. Just,
I only caught the end of that.
yep. It was so good.
I'd also like to make sure I have ingredients to make homemade donut nuts.
Hell yeah, you can do that.
The real thing.
The real thing. So it would
No
actually
additive.
normally be a little bit difficult to find everything out here. Well, actually, sugarcane, you can find that in the desert, right? Or near the desert? Either way, they have it. It's a palace. They have everything from everywhere.
Makes sense that they have it.
Yeah. Even if it would be difficult to find locally, this kitchen is stocked with it, and you would be able to find all the things that you need for it.
Okay, perfect. Save that for the morning.
Perfect. All right, last call before bed.
Like, have people gather like an inventory and stock of everything in the palace currently, specifically food-wise?
Before I start stealing spices.
Yes, they do.
Wait until after he's done stealing spices, and after D
I've
and I are
already,
done stealing.
I've already witnessed him stealing the spice, so it's fine. We can write that up. More like what will this place need to survive?
Right. No, man.
What do D and I
Efron to
steal?
live.
That's kind of up to you. What do you want to steal?
I mean, I already got a bunch of jewelry.
People's necks.
I don't know. I don't want to steal anything like really valuable. Maybe just like a cushion from a royal couch or something, or like a pillowcase.
Old crown.
What if we steal a pen?
A pen.
But like
Yeah.
a knight, like a quill, like
Oh,
a,
they've got to have one of those around here, right?
yeah.
Look for some paperweights too.
All right, all right. I guess the two of you give me a stealth check or a sleight of hand check, either one.
I don't know what his stats are.
All right. The two of you
We're gonna steal some hearts while we're here too. Yeah.
the two of you are able to slip into the room of the murdered high priest because it's one of the only places that is not under, there's not a lot of foot traffic in there. And you kind of have the guise of like doing some investigation. And you do find that he has this very nice, like ruby red feathered quill with this crimson dark ink. And it actually does give off just a little bit of a magical vibe when you open the drawer and you find it.
Is there an inkwell to match it?
There is. It's kind of like a matching set. It's like this gold-trimmed quill and inkwell. And whenever... we'll save it for when you get to identifying. But if you want, you're able to pocket that with no trouble.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. All right.
All right, now scram.
Cheese it.
Cheese.
Regroup, have some dinner, and then settle in for bed unless there's any last-minute stuff. Flick, is your voice still dead, or are you here?
I'm here, but I don't know how much I can talk.
All right. Well...
I choked on spit, and it made everything worse.
Oh, no. All right. I'll try to go easy on you, and if it ends up being too much talking, we can, pause it and pick it up later.
Okay. Oh, no, there's a lot talking.
Well, maybe, or maybe not. Who knows? We'll see how this goes.
Okay.
Begin cast ERP
Nah.
on voice.
You wake suddenly in a dream, as you have a few times before, mostly while traveling with this party for one reason or another. And it's up to you how comfortable or familiar you've gotten with the idea of magical dreams, but you've certainly had a few. This one feels a lot like that. You can feel that you're kind of surrounded by the cold, crushing depths, but there's a certain comfort, a certain familiarity to it, and you can also sense a large shape that seems to be moving kind of under and around and behind you. These long tendrils that kind of span out in all directions. And at first this might have felt unfamiliar, or maybe it still feels a little creepy to you, but you get a sense that it is protective, it is trying to shelter you. And off in the distance, you occasionally see flickers of green light and movement, and you'll watch as one of these tentacles kind of snaps towards it and smacks it as if to kind of shoo it away. And there's almost like this low drone, like whales humming or singing. And for a while it's very comforting, but after some time the song gets nervous. It begins to get overwhelmed, and you start to see more of these green flashes more often and more regularly and closer. And then all at once there's kind of a tear and a ripping noise, and this searing just portal of green that seems to slice through one of the closest tentacles. And you watch as a shape emerges from it. A skeletal claw and hand, and then another kind of wrenched around this tentacle, and they grip and they twist and they pull apart. And then you watch as the blood begins to kind of flow from the severed tentacle, drifting through the dark water. The rest of a skeletal dragon emerges from this shadow, or from this portal. and everything begins to all of these tentacles begin to retreat away from you, like you've been abandoned, like you've been left face to face with this creature, which just kind of swims right up to you, and it does this kind of predatory circle around you until it's just you and this figure. And it looks back beyond you where this other creature was protecting you for a time. It says, pathetic.
You know, getting blood in the water is not a good idea. That's how you get sharks and shit, right?
I have nothing to fear from them. You don't seem unintelligent. My
No.
success and your survival do not need to be exclusive to each other. Nor do the survival of any of the people you care about. And you watch as he kind of waves this big hand. There's this swirl of bubbles and water. And when he does, there's this sickly green light that begins to transfigure into a shape that you recognize, your mother. And another one beside it, your sister. Nobody has to die. This can be very, very easy.
What are you talking about? I'm sick of people threatening my mum and my sister. Just stop doing that, God. What do you want? Why are you here? Why did you...
You, of course. See, here's the thing. Every now and then, some ant gets out of line and grows a pair of wings. And it seems that you've done that. Some of your friends have no doubt I'll touch them too at some point. You can be squashed or you can work with me. It really is that simple. I can give you anything. I don't care much for this world at all. I don't care what I leave behind. You want riches, wealth, infinite life. Your family to be restored, it doesn't matter. I can do all of it in the snap of a finger when my plans are done. I just need you to work with me.
Who are you and work with you to do what?
You haven't figured it out yet. Doesn't matter, I
Well,
suppose.
you know what they say about assuming. It makes an ass of you and me, so...
He kind of continues this predatory circle around you. Ozymandias. You've heard of many of my children. You've shown a few of them who you really are. You've proven to be more useful, more competent than many of them. I seek to leave this world, and I don't care what I leave behind. But I cannot have you or anyone else interfere in those plans.
And you'll leave Gale alone if I help you?
And to the extent that he leaves me alone, sure. I think we've gotten everything that we need from him. We have his kingdom, we have his research, we have his people. He can go on wandering with you, doing the whole hero thing. Hell, when it's all said and done, you can probably even take the kingdom back. I don't give a shit. But not yet. Not now. For now, I just need all of you to disappear for 5, 10 years. Maybe do what I say from time to time. Sign a little contract in blood. You know how these things go, don't you? You have plenty of experience borrowing the power of somebody bigger than you.
Guess you could put it that way.
Your mother will have to go. That is an important part of this equation. I will need you to go back down to her watery depths, use my power to kill her, and then I don't really care what happens. I can assure you that the gifts I give you will be much stronger than whatever trinkets she's given you, whatever sliver of her kingdom. Or, there is the alternative. And he kind of just waves a hand through the images of your mom and your sister, and they both kind of scatter, drifting around in the currents. I don't want to make any strong implications or anything, but it would just be a snap of my finger and it's all over.
You're being pretty clear on your implications.
I don't like to extort. It's so pedestrian, but you people respond so emotionally. Never really understood, but it is very exploitable.
It's the easy way out. Do you want to put it that way?
I do always like the easy way out.
So, I help you, you leave everyone alone. I don't, and you just kill us all.
No,
Is that it?
let's be clear. You go kill your patron using my power, and I leave your family alone. That's the extent of this deal. I won't hurt you or your family. I can't guarantee the safety of everyone else until I've spoken with them, but I liked you. I wanted to speak with you first. You seemed the most open to reason.
It's fair. Like to think I'm reasonable.
You still don't know what's wrong with her, do you?
I mean, we moved it. Nomad, the mind flayer, took it on. She seems to be doing better.
You did.
Do you know what's wrong with her, or was?
I'm not in the habit of giving information for free, but who knows, maybe after we come to some sort of a friendship, we can negotiate.
Maybe we can include this information in the deal now, and get this over with, or...
You know, come to think of it, I think that's a good idea. It will require extra work from you, but when it's all said and done, if you wanted to venture into the hells, I think I could help you end this curse for good. Free your friend of what he's taken on before it haunts him at an inopportune time.
That sounds ominous.
It really is. You've spared her quite the ordeal, but I can't say you've done the same for him. He is bold. I don't know if I would say brave or foolish, but he is bold.
Bold. Yeah, that's a word to describe him, I guess.
I don't know if he
Sometimes
recognizes the danger of the door that he's opened. He is, you know, actually, I don't like volunteering information. And you can see that he kind of begins to just drift in place, and he looks down at you. Arms practically folded, although he doesn't quite have the anatomy for it. So what'll it be? Abandon her, betray her, take on my power? Or do things the heroic way?
Heck, you can't give me big decisions.
Not after he choked in his own spit.
Yep. I need to know why. Why do you need her to die? She saved me when I was, you know, dead. So I'd need a good reason why I need to break things off with her.
Oh, how fucking annoying. I need her dead. I have my reasons. I feel like that should be enough. If you need time to think on it, I understand. It's a big thing, and it requires a lot of thinking. I understand that takes some time.
Right. Us little fish need some time to think on things.
You are smarter than you look. Well, tick-tock, tick-tock, I can't say how patient my people will be. Have a good night. And you watch as all at once, this image just kind of pulls back into the depths, out of vision. Everything goes dark, and the rest of your dreams become hazy and kind of fade into obscurity until eventually you wake up. Nothing else of any real consequence happens overnight, or at least nothing on aboard the ship. You guys are able to wake up and get some breakfast and kind of get things going. Norda, what's up?
I would like to get up extra early in the morning, so I have enough time before even dawn to make some donut nuts and to make some fried pita and honey. And I will first go find Elise. I assume she's probably sleeping in the palace, or is she still with us?
She does sleep in the palace, and there's a pretty significant armed force there to kind of protect her. But with she's made it very clear that you are with her and you helped save the city, so they're able to at least like say, "Well, hold on for a moment, we'll go fetch her for you." And she
Okay, right.
eventually comes out, looking a little bit bleary-eyed, and it actually looks to you that she probably didn't sleep much, if she slept at all last night. She has bags under her eyes. She looks exhausted. She looks like she needs a good bath and a cup of coffee. Oh, oh my God! The sun is up already. Uh, is everything okay?
Yeah, I hope I didn't wake you up or nothing. I was gonna bring you breakfast. I figured I'd be right around the time you got up. It looks like you're still sleeping, or maybe not sleeping at all. One or the other.
I think there were a few hours in there somewhere. Breakfast sounds wonderful. Thank you. Did you actually bring it with you, or are you kind of inviting me to come?
Yeah, no, I've got a little tray.
Excellent.
Yeah, hope this would help. Got some donut nuts and your favorite here.
She lights up. She can immediately recognize that not only did you make her favorite breakfast, but you also kind of emulated the donut nuts, which she is certain hurt you on a spiritual level. But she gets a big old smile and she takes it and she begins to just like ingloriously scarf down in front of all these guards. And they kind of like give her a weird side eye and she like, oh, right. And she kind of like acts all prim and proper all of a sudden. But only long enough to walk with the tray back into her private quarters, and she kind of asks you to come along if you want, where she begins to just devour it again.
I'll give her time to savor it before I start harshing her mellow.
Sure, sure.
But around the time she's wrapping up the meal, I'll just say, I was thinking last night about when we first met, actually. That awful game thing that we played in Laughing Jack's place, fighting all them monsters and other people and all that over some keys.
It would have been fairly inglorious to die just a couple weeks after leaving this place. Can't imagine what they would have thought. But you were there, and you were all very helpful. I'm glad we found each other.
It's, the thing that I was thinking about was that, I mean, there weren't that many keys. We were fighting over not enough for all of us, and it was pretty clear whoever didn't get one was going to die horribly. And I was cut pretty good and bleeding. And first thing you thought to do wasn't to kill or steal, it was to help somebody that needed help. Look, I don't know nothing about leading a city or helping people or what it even means to be a queen or a king. But I know there's a lot of people here that need help. And I know that you are the right person to help. But I say all that. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that if you choose to stay here, don't do it because you feel like you have to, or it's your duty, or you don't owe this place a damn thing. And you don't owe us a damn thing either. You need to do what's right for you. That's what your little line would have wanted for you.
They when I studied the things that Zuwani taught, I was a cleric for a short time. They always taught that death was a doorway or a window or a fire that leaves seeds behind that make the new world, that make the future. And it seemed that I was just always surrounded by the death end. I never got to see the future. And even with all of this, there must be more than 3 for every 4 people in the city dead. I've never seen the streets so empty in my life. But I also think I see for the first time that there might actually be some future happening here. It's a little bit scary, but I think I want to be part of that. I talked to the little friend the other night, and he mentioned we would probably still be in touch even if I stayed, and I would like that a lot. I wouldn't want to lose all of you for good. It has been wonderful traveling with all of you. But
No, of course, we've been dead time and time again without you, and like it or not, there's still people that are after us all, so it ain't safe for us to not be in touch.
I may have to see what is left of the mages, but maybe I can go back and forth or something. But I think you were right. I think that I need to stay, at least for a little while, until I can make sure that this place has a future. That I have a future.
One thing I've learned in the last couple of years is you've got a future as long as you got breath in your lungs. This place, I hope you can make this place as great as you want it to be. And I believe that you can, if anyone can. But even if things don't go the way you want them to, you've still got a future. As long as you're living.
She smiles and she nods and I think that is probably right. And she starts to continue, but then there's suddenly kind of a knock on the door, and a voice of the guard saying that there's somebody that needs to see her somewhat urgently. And at first she kind of refuses. She says, give me a moment, we're talking. But then there's another knock, and then kind of a bang, and the door opens. And interrupting the two of you in your conversation, you see 4 people walk in. 3 of which are kind of heavily armored, in this just silvery, very regal Emerald Company armor and regalia and tabards. And one that is in just a matching green robe. It looks like there is probably some armor under it. But this last figure is hulking and massive, to the point that you imagine he probably just doesn't even need armor because he's probably either like a Goliath or an ogre or something along those lines. But it is hard to tell all of their species because they all have these masks on that are just coated from top to bottom in emeralds, and just kind of this dazzling, almost like disco ball of just emerald inlaid masks. And there's a voice that looks down. The guard says, "I'm sorry, we tried to keep them out, but they insisted it's urgent." And then the largest one looks down and says, "If it wouldn't be a bother, we have been waiting for quite some time for an audience, and I think that this is important." From the big one behind the mask, and it has kind of this resonance that comes through, metallic. "We have already done what we can to get things cleaned up in the city. I don't know what you've been doing, but we have also organized a meeting down in the plaza. We would like to have your presence, just so that we can say that we're officially there while we begin to make some sense of all of this. Can you be there in an hour?" And Elise, there's a lot that quickly rushes past her face. She looks confused. She doesn't seem to know, why the Emerald Company is barging in like this. It feels a little out of place for them. Doesn't recognize this person. Is a little insulted by all of this. And just exhausted from everything that she's been doing overnight. But she looks to you and she kind of motions that it's okay and you don't need to attack or anything. She kind of motions for the axe to go
Okay.
down. Says,
Good.
"All right, an hour. Yes, we'll be there. 1 hour." And she just gives a dismissive and obviously annoyed wave. And the figures all just kind of turn around and leave just as quickly as they came, just shuffling back out. And the guards kind of give a weird look, and Elise gives a weird look back, and I don't know. There's very much a "what the fuck was that?" between them. But she eventually motions for them to close the door and says, I probably should get at least a little bit more prepared for all of this. I wasn't planning on having a meeting until later tonight or even tomorrow, but..."
Of course, I don't want to keep here nothing. Just wanted to make sure you had a good meal in your belly before you start whatever
Right.
this day is going to end up being.
Right.
Who were them fellers?
They were wearing the Emerald Company tabards. I've never seen the big one, and I don't know what right he thinks he has to barge in here. I'm not entirely sure, honestly. It gave me weird vibes. I'm sure it did the same for you.
Yeah, it's all the same to you. I'll head back to the ship and gather everybody up. Make sure we're all there for that meeting too. I don't want you walking into some meeting with some people that got it out for you or something.
No, I think that's a good idea. I was actually hoping that you would all be there, because I know that several people have learned in private, but you all helped save the city, and I think that deserves some recognition. And also because I know that your friend was trying to requisition some materials, and I think that public thanks would make that go a long way. A little of both here and there.
I'll tell Nomad we got a meeting about the requisition you said.
Right. Also, I'm realizing now that maybe if you want to use fake names or no names, I completely understand. If you don't want to be recognized, feel free to not join me on stage. I understand that it may be dangerous.
Sort of kind of shrugs. It's like, honestly, a couple weeks ago I would have been worried about it, but after what we've learned here, I think it's the gig's up as far as people knowing who we are. I think the wrong people already know. Anyhow, I just wanted to make sure you had a good breakfast before this all starts, and tell you that if you're staying, we sure will miss you.
Of course, I'll miss you too. All
And
of
I'll
you.
probably die.
It won't be for long, hopefully. And you'll be welcome back anytime. One of the reasons that I want to stay is so that if things get very much more serious than they already are, you have somewhere safe to return to. Seeing all of those posters go up was disheartening. I know that is Flick's home. I can't imagine. And it might be like that for Moat too, and hopefully not, but maybe even Vasu. As long as I'm Queen of Unmirage, it will be home to all of you. Even if only a second home.
That means a lot. I ain't even got a first home as it stands, so call this my first one. And I'll sort of get up and grab the tray and the platter and sort of give her a weird little hug. Then start making my way out back towards the ship.
Excellent. You're able to regroup with everyone. Vasu, what's up?
Oh, I just wanted to inquire what kind of magic was on that pen and inkwell, and also maybe have Nomad identify it if he has free time. I'm curious.
Yeah,
It's nothing important, but you dangled a magic item in front of me.
I sure did. Yeah, it is definitely magical. You're able to get it identified overnight. I assume you find some opening at some point to hit up one of the 3 people that can identify it. And with apologies, you're probably already somewhat familiar with this one. It is a dictation inkwell. It never runs out of ink. It can always be used to write in this kind of nice dark crimson. And as you write, it reads aloud in a very clear and loud voice, so that anybody who is dictating can tell that the correct words have been written.
It's kind of neat, I guess.
It's neat if you like to have your paper scream at you while you write.
I might have a far-fetched use for this.
Can't wait.
Just you wait.
Perfect.
This is the item that we used to kill Ozymandias at the end of the campaign.
Yep. I'm sure
We're gonna
this will
stab
come
him
back
with
to
this
bite me.
pin. Can I tack one last little thing on real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
When Nordo gets back to the ship, he takes the remaining churros, donut nuts, to Gale's workshop and raps on the door. And then after about a minute, remembers that doesn't work because it's a private sanctum, so he just kind of creaks the door open a little bit if he can. If it's not locked. Gale sleeps in his workshop, right?
No, he sleeps in the engine room.
Oh, okay, never mind. So I go to the engine room with them.
It's like right behind the kitchen.
Right. Oh yeah, so you probably woke up from the smell of donut nuts cooking anyway, but I'll walk into the engine room and be like, hey, no dragging you up yet?
Yeah, now.
Well, I got something good enough to wake up for, and I'll walk over there and set a tray of donut nuts in front of you.
Really?
Now these are my own recipe. They may not be quite the same, but they're wholesome, good for you. Sorry we had to throw out the box of other ones, but I think this is for the best.
It's okay, they were really stale. No, just try one of the donut nuts.
Give me a cooking check.
Probably tastes like dog shit anyway, because you've been eating the regular donut nuts.
That's really good. So, you know how a lot of the time when somebody does like a homemade imitation of something that's mass manufactured, what you get is a good baked good, but it doesn't actually really like resemble what it's supposed to be. It just tastes like a homemade cookie that, is kind of vaguely inspired by it or something. That's not really the case here. Nordo, using real ingredients and real quality stuff, has managed to make something that actually tastes like a donut nut. It actually is pretty damn close to the store-bought thing, except instead of using cheap additives and magic and addiction, it's just made with real ingredients. And they're warm and freshly baked. It's like getting it straight from the vendor.
These are really good.
Nordo beams with a goofy smile of pride. Says, I'm glad you like them, little dragon. Other news is that Elise has a group of strange giant men in green armor. What told her that she had to come to some meeting that she didn't really want to go to. I told her we'd come to it. And there's going to be requisitions.
Retribution?
That wasn't it. Something about Nomad wanted a reward.
Requisitions.
That was it, yeah. Requisitions.
Okay, well, we better go stop that.
Speaking of Nomad, what's up?
Oh, wherever the meeting is taking place, I'm probably already there.
Okay, excellent. If you woke early and have been like kind of exploring the town. One thing that you noticed today is that there is a very large presence of Emerald Company. You can actually see that kind of floating over the city at 4 or 5 different places are rather large airships that have these gilded white and green balloons that are very obviously, they belong to the Emerald Company. And there's a pretty strong presence of them. You did get a short rest, yes, and let me advance the day real quick. It's Thursday. And you can see that there's a lot of Emerald Company that are kind of around the oasis especially. They're helping to kind of divvy up water. They have got people formed in the nice organized straight line. They've got a situation not too much unlike what they do in Saltpool. But they're doing it here. They also have medical tents that are up and running. They have a couple of just big old food pits where they are doing kind of mass cooking and trying to get meals out to everyone. Just making a very organized effort to help deal with the town. And you do also see that there are a couple of criers that are stationed at corners that mention that there's going to be a meeting that starts in 35, 45 minutes or so at the plaza near the oasis to discuss the basically the future leadership of Unmirage. Not only the events that have happened, but how they want to rebuild, and they keep mentioning over and over that there will be a discussion of the governance of Unmirage, and they would appreciate the presence of just the town's leaders. What is the word I'm looking for? Community leaders. But you're able to find your way there easily enough, and you can see that there is already a pretty large congregation. There's kind of a stone amphitheater that kind of goes down a little bit of a rocky slope down towards the oasis, and it's built in such a way that it's kind of sheltered from the sun and everything else that would be visible from out in the main basin of the town. And then just beyond it, there is the oasis, and then there's this large spire of rock that kind of juts up just a little bit behind the stage. And you can see that waiting on the stage in advance are a couple of groups. You can see that there are, on one side of the stage, 3 or 4 Emerald Company knights. They are very heavily armored, and you can see that one of them is enormous. He is definitely a large creature, probably like, a Goliath or an ogre or something like that, something shaped like that. He's humanoid. You can see over on the right that there is a collection of clerics and priests of Zuwanu, including one that is kind of a little bit better dressed than the rest. Looks like he's probably maybe a bishop or something a little bit higher ranking. Not quite as high as the murdered high priest, but you do see that he has some raiments on that once belonged to him. He's probably the new appointee. And then there...
You didn't give me the option to steal, though.
If you want to go steal the high priest raiments, you can totally do that.
I mean, not while the new high priest is wearing them.
And then eventually, whenever the party all shows up, there is a spot in the middle where Elise can kind of take a seat. And there are a few seats around and behind and beside her. And she would invite any of you that want to come up to join her are welcome to do so. And she does also...
there with papers, like stacking them.
Excellent. You kind of show up early, and you just have this big old stack of papers laid out and ready to go.
Early. I was here yesterday.
Excellent. Out of curiosity, you are still disguised to look like a Sphinx Tabaxi, right?
After that disappeared yesterday, and I had no way to put it back. So
A mind flayer appears in the middle of town.
No, it's a fully armored man in dragonbone armor. Completely head to toe, plate armor, helm, and everything.
All right. Okay. So you are fully armored, face not visible. Excellent. Good to know.
Nordo has absolutely no conception of what, like, a ceremony to present people in a city is, so he probably just goes up there and, like, awkwardly stands and doesn't quite know which way to face. Doesn't take one of the chairs.
Excellent.
I go up on stage and start waving. Doing poses and blowing kisses and stuff.
Yeah, you do actually, when you start getting out there, there's like a little bit of applause from people. Like, a lot of these people recognize that you were there yesterday. You presumably were responsible for bringing him back. And especially because you guys did such
Definitely not robbing a lot of them.
No, definitely not. And you were also spending a lot of time like getting water and food and rescuing people. Like a lot of the people that you see here are the leaders of communities that you guys like literally saved people from yesterday. And a lot of them give these just cheers of thanks and applause, shaking your hands on the way up. They make room because you're being escorted by the queen, but you're getting a positive response from a lot of them. Yeah, exactly.
Makes the sound.
I think Chewbacca at least poses in the right spot on the platform.
He didn't even get a medal.
He got a medal. Chewbacca for sure got a medal.
That's why they rectified it later on.
Oh really?
They still didn't get a medal.
Nordo is
My
like
God.
standing in the middle of the stage with his back to the audience, like he's just
Yeah.
having a conversation with all these people.
He walks up to just try to talk to Elise. He's like, "What are we doing up here?"
Well, you can kind of just sit here or stand here, whatever is comfortable. I'm going to say a short thing in front of these people, and then I think all of us are going to kind of talk about how we want to fix the city. Truthfully, it's going to be boring, and I apologize. We might be here for some time. If you need to leave or do other things, it's completely okay. I understand, but I would like you to be here at least for the start. If it is not too dangerous, so that I can, give you guys some public gratitude.
Easy,
Oh,
It's okay, I brought my Game Boy.
He'll stick around in case anything goes south, and he'll sort of tap a hand on his axe.
Right. I hope not. There are a lot of people here. It would be unwise to start a scene.
Road clear.
Well, for what it's worth, Nordo will pay virtually no attention to the ceremony and just kind of watch the skies and the area or the crowd as well. Just any sign of anyone being untoward or dangerous.
Sure. Give me a
Signs of-
perception check.
Nomad says a second time. Insistent throat clear.
Yeah, they all kind of look to you.
Mostly just to Elise.
Yeah, she kind of leans over. Is this? Oh my goodness.
Before we begin, before we begin, I need to tell you what actually happened here so you know what's going on.
Okay.
He shows an outline of basically what happened during the past 3 or 2 years. What, like, her sister did, why it was done, and who's at fault. And these are the things that are currently fucking up everything as it is. And then he shows like a few pages after that. And these are the reforms that I've suggested. This will at least put it all back to status quo.
Do you make any attempt to do this subtly? If some of the others start to look over your shoulder and try to listen in.
Like, which others?
You can tell that when you start talking this over, the people from the Emerald Company, and oh right, you're doing this telepathically. Just kidding. Yep. Cool. Telepathy.
Hey, fuck you don't get to join this conversation.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's not like the papers are labeled reforms in front.
Right. All right. Excellent.
He's basically just giving her a rundown of things, some information she might need if she needs to make decisions, and then some suggestions as to how to bring things back to how it was before, not necessarily anything new that's been added.
This is tremendously helpful. You've spent a lot of time on this. Thank you. I don't really know a lot about politics or laws or being a queen other than what I was told when I was very young. I'm very delighted to know that you at least understand some of this, and I would very much value all of this. I will be sure to propose this, or maybe even if you wanted to propose it. What I'm saying is that this is very helpful. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I exist only to guide.
She gives you a bit of a smile, but she can't really, deny that. Just she thinks that's in line with what she knows about you.
That was a joke. I am certain I am more than that.
At a certain point, after you guys have all kind of like gotten settled in and had the awkward 10 minutes on the stage where nothing is happening and nobody knows what to do. The large figure from the Emerald Company kind of like clears his throat behind the mask and kind of makes a motion to Elise, like, go ahead, like, let's get this shit started. And so Elise kind of like stands up and brushes herself off and steps forward, clears her throat. And when she starts to speak at first, like, she is very visibly incredibly nervous with all of this. And she like begins to falter a little bit, but then she takes a deep breath and she kind of collects herself. And she gives a bit of a short speech. Where did I put this? Did I have one for this, or am I winging it? Hang on. Oh, thank God I don't have to wing it. All of my public speech fears just came back in like 5 seconds at the thought of me
May I
not
cast a
prepping
spell
this.
on her?
Sure, what you got?
I just put a hand on her shoulder and enhance ability her charisma.
Oh, thank God. That'll help a lot. Okay. Well, I'll have to flower this up a bit as we go, but we'll see how it goes. She speaks in Sylvan, for the record, and I don't remember how many of you speak it, but...
I translated for everyone else. It's
excellent. People of Unmirage, a tremendous evil has been done here. Well, the Queen and her advising council turned you against each other in the streets, and she kind of motions back to the paperwork that you presented. A cult, bearing the sign of an eye within a spider's web, has slipped into the Mastava, breached the veil to the river Styx, and there they enacted a plan with a divine artifact whose power was beyond their control. They caused a terrible breach of the magic that holds our world together, and we're still trying to figure out exactly what went wrong. But these brave heroes, and she kind of like steps back and she motions to all of you standing behind, risked their lives to seal the breach and defeat the cultists, and with their success, some of you were saved. And there is a little bit of an awkward linger, but then there is a round of applause, and it is somber. It's not cheerful, but they recognize that you did a lot for the people that made it, at least. But even as the applause is coming, there are just, an aura of sadness that so many didn't make it through this. And she kind of latches onto this, and she steps back forward. And after a deep breath says, Zuanu teaches that death is an avenue for change, for regrowth. That it is our right and our responsibility to remember those who leave us behind. And that their honorable memories germinate like a seed for our future. The deceit that was laid on all of you has come at a terrible price that few among you deserve to pay. Your blood is on the hands of those who were destined to lead you. On mine. If this is to be a moment of regrowth, then I pray that you'll forgive me. I should have been here and I wasn't. And in my absence, these holy words that once inspired us to be an oasis of life amongst the death of the desert were perverted. They were used to turn brother against brother. And if you'll have me, I want to build wells, not walls. There was a time when the market streets, they bore the smell of pita bread and meat, not just spices and jewelry. I want to decide my own destiny, and I want all of you to have the means to decide yours too. And she starts to go on, but then there is a very sudden interruption as the large man in the Emerald Company armor stands up. And this booming voice kind of resonates out through the mask and says, What would you know of destiny? How dare you speak of leadership? These people can't eat destiny, will not water their crops. You were given the opportunity to lead and you abandoned it. When your people needed you most, where were you? We were here, tending to the oasis that waters this city, working diligently to meter its use so that it doesn't wane into nothing. Perhaps it's time for this city to realize that this archaic monarchy is a relic of the past, and it's a man's coin that measures his worth, not her heritage.
And where were you, Nomad says, voice cutting above all the other voices, because it's telepathic in their heads. When the cult did this, when they incited Zawanu's wrath upon the populace.
Did you not find dozens of our soldiers inside the palace, dead, serving the queen?
Exactly. You served the queen. You didn't give her the right choices.
We are not here to rule. We have been under the queen's thumb for as long as our company has existed. What I'm proposing is that that has led to this incident, that the queen shouldn't have so much power. Perhaps it's time to form some sort of a plutocracy or democracy or anything other than just giving all of the reins of power in this city to one spoiled brat who can be twisted and deceived by whoever manages to slither the right words into her ear. How do I know that you are not all just as corrupt, that you won't bring some foul cult into this place?
Hey, fella, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, and I don't know nothing about any of them words you just said about medocracies or whatever. If you call Lee's a spoiled brat again, I'm gonna kick your fucking face.
Oh boy. Give me an intimidation check.
It's gonna be real bad.
I can't wait.
Can I help?
Sure.
I did go into Tunnel Fighter stand.
Sure. You can also give me an intimidation check.
Oh boy.
Y'all can talk about the future of your city or whatever the hell, but you ain't talking about her that way.
Without her, we would not be here, and you would all be dead.
When you kind of mention all that, you do see that some of the other guards behind him start to like put their hands on their hilts. And before they can even think, he like laughs behind the mask and says, "No, no, don't waste your time." And he takes a couple of steps forward and just towers over the two of you. This creature is probably at least 13, 14 feet tall, just looking down in this heavy, heavy armor, draped in a cloaked robe. Well, then go on. What are your plans for this city? How do you intend to rule?
I slap down my reforms in front of Elise, and then I float above his head 1 foot.
Excellent. I love it.
You will not tower over me.
You know, I think we were kind of honestly thinking the same sort of thing. Give us just a chance to talk.
Please.
We just want to talk political reform.
Tell us how you will maintain the oasis. Tell us what you will do to keep these people fed. Do you even know where the water comes from? And she kind of gives like a
With my suggested reforms, there will be more water sources.
Really? Are you going to reform the sky to make it rain?
No, we will squeeze water from stones. Idiot.
It's not awfully tall talk from folk who had somewhere else to be while we was saving the city.
Are we not here? Did we not arrive as soon as we could? Have we not been feeding and sheltering your people all night?
And I am certain everyone is grateful for that. What more do you want?
To prevent an
We are
incident
all-
like this from ever happening again. To wrestle the control away from the bloodline and to the people.
And that's what we're trying to discuss here now. You need not be so brazen and aggressive.
Yeah, quit being such an asshole.
Give me a persuasion check.
Who?
Not me.
Anyone that's been contributing could do it.
With my sweet ass persuasion of +0.
I love that Gale and she with charisma are standing
Here.
back while Nordo and Vasu just shout threats at these guys. And
I'm going to use
There's
my channel
only
divinity.
so much I can do.
Yeah, Gale is just like, I know that there's no fixing this at this point. Like, but all three of you have just completely circumvented all the diplomats in the party, and it's just like, well, this is fucked.
Yep.
Use my channel
It's
divinity.
like in
I'd like to use my
those
channel
kitchen
divinity.
shows whenever they like, oh, you have to pull all of your ingredients out of this tub of garbage.
Exactly.
All right, Nomad.
I use my channel divinity to give myself persuasion advantage.
All
Not
right.
advantage. Efficiency.
Sure.
25.
Good lord. This channel divinity is one of the best channel divinities in the game.
And it's base. It is base channel divinity. Knowledge domain, my friends.
It's so good. All right. So I assume, and please feel free to correct me if you have a different plan, that what you're doing here is actually like explaining some of the laws that are going to change and like the procedures that will change and like how you intend to actually provide water. Let me know if
the first
that's
thing is
not the case.
explaining what the heck exactly happened, why the royalty was fucked up that way, right? And how to prevent it happening ever again. Why there needs to be a council, not just one advisor giving all the power, everything that happened. And of course, like they would also note that if the queen makes a demand, for example, that's unreasonable, like, oh hey, let's start executing everyone who say no to the crown. There'll be like a safety net that says that doesn't sound right. Maybe we should vote against that, right? And then the way to actually make water is to use still stones, literally level 1 still stones, to make unlimited create and destroy water.
All right. Let me double check this real quick. As you go, kind of bouncing back and forth with Elise, to basically give like your election platform and like what you plan to do to reform things and how you plan to provide water. A lot of it makes a lot of sense.
But food.
Yeah, not just water, but also food. A lot of it makes a lot of sense. You're getting a lot of support from the crowd. People seem to rally behind it. You're also importantly getting a lot of support from the religious leaders who are also on stage with you, and they haven't said a whole lot. But they chime in at several points saying like, oh yes, we could help with that. We have some of these stones. We have people that know how to work with them. We could certainly develop a program to help like distribute these. There is a little bit of resistance to some of the legal reform, mostly from newer people that were put in charge after all of these religious changes were made. But fortunately, there are some people that are kind of the older faith, and they recognize like, yeah, some things have changed and maybe it wasn't for the better. I'm gonna, let's see, I'm gonna go and give Elise a persuasion check as well, but your 25 is already really good.
Advantage because of the spell.
She sure does.
Guidance.
Are you willing to, like, cast a spell on her every minute as she's giving a speech? With a
No,
verbal component.
I have guidance, is what I said.
Yeah.
But I have enhanced ability in that last 1 hour.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay.
Remember, which is advantage.
20 is good. After the end of like 15 or 20 minutes, the people seem to be completely on your side. There is like applause and cheering, and especially from the religious community and from the community leaders for the lower parts of town. When they hear that the wall will potentially be opened or even deconstructed, they support this. They support the rolling back of these laws. They understand how things got the way that they are, and they want to see this change. Norda, what's up?
Just a minor thing, I think. But as they're talking about these things that Nordo doesn't understand at all, I'd like to watch Big Fuck's body language, which I know is hard to do because his face is literally completely covered. For like an insight check on, I don't know, as the rest of the crowd is getting enthusiastic, it's sort of getting Elise aside. Does he seem like he has some sort of like personal beef with her that's making him like object to her ideas, or is he also getting on board with it?
It's gonna be difficult because they're very stoic and they have their faces hidden, but you can give me an insight check at disadvantage.
Okay. I'll take it.
You're able to catch little bits of body language that carries through even without a facial expression. You can see places where the shoulders drop, or there's like a wave of the hand that seems dismissive. He doesn't like that he is losing the public opinion here. He thought he had a pretty convincing argument. You're not really sure if there's like a personal vendetta against Elise specifically. What it seems like to you is that like he really wanted to win this fight. He probably wanted some political power. Hard to say why. He just wanted to win this fight and is disappointed to be losing it.
Okay, cool. But he seems like resistant to the idea of accepting her ideas,
Yes.
even if they are good.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Cool.
And it becomes much more clear to you when, after a particularly rousing speech and a good zinger to close off whatever she was talking about, there is...
Will's not.
Yeah, well, there you go. Wells, not walls. There is a raucous round of applause. And he steps forward, and he has this kind of defeated look on his... Well, you don't see it, but this defeated look on his mask, and in his posture. And he says, all right, what a bother. You know, I admit, part of me had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but another part of me has been waiting for quite some time. You see, and he peels the mask upward, and kind of pulls the hood of the cloak back, and you can see that there is the heavily scarred face of a great white Sahuagin. I've remembered the fear in your eyes, and I've hungered to see it again. Come, runaway. Why don't we see which of us is fit to rule this place? And he draws a weapon, and so do all of the guards behind him. And
me too.
Hell yeah.
Same. I've had my weapon out this whole time.
Hell yeah.
I am my weapon. But I also do pull out my spear.
Give me just a second.
Oh, lordy coming.
Oh, lordy coming.
Civilians, please retreat to a safe distance.
Yeah, you do see that several people like immediately stand back from all of this.
Also, this is important to note. I did literally type out that I went into Tunnel Fighter. I've been standing next to Elise this whole time.
Yeah.
Literally, as soon as this guy has any sort of visible violent intent, like as soon as he pulls out his weapon, I'm attacking him.
Yeah, I'll let you start.
Probably before initiative. Cool.
Also,
Thanks.
I think food is getting kind of close to done, so if I disappear suddenly, it's because I'm getting waffles and chicken in my face, but I'll be back.
You lucky son of a bitch.
So jealous. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick too, so I'll be right back.
Oh, is that who this is? It's Mr. White?
Yeah, he says big old.
That's like a shark guy, right? I forgot what a Sahuagin was.
Yeah, he looks like a big old beefy great white shark dude.
Hot.
He's also the guy that nearly beat you senseless and scared you off back in Salt Bowl that one time.
Hot.
Okay.
Is he the guy that turned into the dragon that almost ate me?
Yes, he sure is.
Less hot.
Alright.
Sorry, I have a thing for sharks.
Noted.
Maybe I should have just attacked this guy when he walked into Elise's room.
It's a good thing he didn't attack her well.
Yeah, that would have gone great, you versus Dragon alone.
I've been fine.
Could you
I got-
imagine? At least one breath.
I've got Spine of the Cloud Piercer Mountain now. I'm unkillable.
He's invincible.
I literally haven't taken damage in like 3 months of real time. But no, yeah, that would have been a pretty big disaster. Oh. Feel free to call shenanigans. Would be totally justified and correct to do so. I have Gift of Alacrity for free every day, and I forgot to say that I was doing it. Can I do it?
You've done it reliably ever since you got it. That's fine.
Thank you. You're a merciful God.
I don't have the brain power to deal with this.
Bro, just take it. Take the deal. I mean, obviously don't, but also do.
See, that's the hard part. I feel like the Meg to his Hades, and he has me. I don't know what to do about it.
Sick
And
analogy,
now-
bro.
I'm always gonna
Dude.
hear Ozzy as fucking James Woods.
I really like
great.
it though. I'm into it.
It fits.
It's got that same kind of like blase thing going on.
Flamingly gay.
Instead of being flamingly blue, he's flamingly green and skeletal.
I like that.
He's like a death thing. It makes sense.
Okay.
Also, I'm sure everyone cares very much, but I finished my butterfly collection on Pokemon.
I'm so proud
I'm
of you.
happy for you.
I'm deeply proud of you.
You're starting.
So the very first thing that happens is a lair action.
A what?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
First up.
Agitated crowd of commoners. Ooh, there's 2 agitated crowds.
It's a disorganized one
They're
too.
very agitated. Oh wow, they're both agitated.
Aw. That
There's
poor
2
knight.
agitated.
Is that why he wears a helmet?
He's ugly,
Oh.
apparently.
Oh. Oh, I like the frumpy acolyte. Frumpy.
Wait, are the acolytes? Okay.
They look like they don't
We're gonna
want to be
fight.
part of this.
Okay. I can wait till my turn to decide if I go over there and murder them.
Oh no, I accidentally opened my taxes instead of Roll20. It's like the universe is telling me that filing an extension doesn't actually mean I've done my taxes.
Oh, fact.
Good lord. My taxes are obviously way simpler than yours, but I do mine on like February 10th. I knock them out like the day that I can.
So my terrible line of thought is that I don't want to do them until I can pay them all at once, because having a payment plan with the IRS is a nightmare.
That makes perfect sense to me.
But I typically can't pay it all at once until, like, the month of. So I save it for the last second, like an idiot. Shit, what the fuck was I about to open? Oh, right, sorry.
Like you immediately forget.
Yeah, no, it's like walking through a doorway and immediately forgetting what you were gonna get in the room.
I do that all the time.
As the combat is starting at the top of the round, with his lair action, you watch as he kind of raises a hand and makes a clinching motion. As he does, you can feel the moisture in the air, what little of it there is in this desert atmosphere, is drawn out like a vacuum, and it condenses into these tiny, fine little crystals of ice that begin to form runes in several places around and near all of you.
It's true. Why is it his lair? He just got here.
What
Or maybe he's
what a delightful question.
been ruling here for a while.
Alright, Flick, first act.
Alright, I'm a warlock. I have 1 brain cell. And and I missed a lot.
Oh god,
that-
these rolls are so bad. What's going on?
That is a lot of misses. The 21 is good at least.
Flick has a headache, and it's showing.
Yeah.
It's just, yep.
That
It
does.
It
is
was
on
a lot
Mr.
of
White.
debate. It was a lot of debate.
Yeah, that does hit for 13 at least.
Okay, it also pushes him back 10 feet, and he falls off the stand.
Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, he sure does, and he manages to like land on his feet, but he does fall, kind of topples over the side of this platform.
Okay, that's me.
All right. Well, that's not good. He wants to use a legendary. Thankfully, he's 14 feet tall, as established. So he has line of sight. What can he actually do?
Why is the shark so big?
He, for reasons.
Why frog hot?
Yeah, this is
Oh,
like
why?
my this is like my version of that vampire lady from the new Resident Evil. Just like a buff 14-foot tall shark man. Sorry, I'll shut up.
It's okay. I got to draw a shape with my tools that Roll20 has given me.
I'm gonna make a mod so that every time I look at him, his jacket gets bigger. Because there's a mod for the Resident Evil lady where her hat gets bigger every time you look at her.
I've seen that. Starts clipping through the doorways and shit.
Is food done yet?
I think it's close, but not quite finished.
Ooh, I'm dying.
You watch as 3 of these glyphs pop, 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 and he begins to cast a spell.
Or spell.
Do you kind of spell?
Counter spell.
All right, the spell fails. Nothing happens. Nordo's up.
Okay. This all just happened so suddenly, I wasn't ready. Nordo. We'll go rushing in this direction. Actually, how far down was the platform? How tall is it?
It's about 6 or 7 feet.
Oh, it's pretty negligible. Alright, in that case I'm going to sort of leap off the platform, past Elise, run around to make sure not to step on this rune, run all the way around to in front of Mr. White right here. As I am running, I will shout blood and glory as one does, in rage. Then I would like to swing my axe recklessly.
Bring.
I warned you I was going to kick your fucking face in. That should actually... Sorry, go ahead.
28 does land.
Be 10 damage. I forgot my rage damage. I'll put it in right now.
Excellent. When it slams in, there is a crunching sound, and right where the blade has impacted his skin, you can see that there is kind of a film of ice that has developed. He blocks some of the incoming damage.
Oh, geez. He
Lu-
also...
Looks
Sorry.
down and says, well, I'm waiting.
Would a 20 have hit?
20 would have hit.
Prone?
Oh, god damn it.
Needs a strength saving throw.
I'll be good at those.
Plus he has advantage because of the thing he just used. He almost needs a nat 1 to fail it. Okay, and let me also get a con save, please. Good, okay. Second attack. I'll take the bait. See if this attacks me back or something.
Uh, 25 hits, and it chunks away at the ice shield for another 15. There's no like retributive damage or anything like that.
Terrific, and because why not? Let's try another con save.
20.
Oh, he fails and is stunned.
Oh, with a 20?
Oh, it's a 20.
Hell yeah.
Oh, he has advantage.
He's still got the
so
shield.
Close. Bummer, dude. Alright. Another strength save, just the off chance he rolls 2 nat 1s. Cool, he's good. That is my action. I think I'm gonna go with an action surge.
Oh no.
Attack again. While we're
Woo.
here.
Woo, miss. Thank goodness.
And fourth attack.
That'll hit for another 13, and that does break through the last of the ice, and you do manage to draw some blood.
And another con save, please, and another strength save.
Strength save is 19.
He's good.
Con save is 29.
Okay, he's good on both of them. That's my action and my action surge and my bonus action and my movement. That's all my turn.
All right. At the end of your turn, does he want to do legendaries? Of course he does. He is not in that form, so he can't do that one. That is balls. Yeah, that is kind of balls. He's actually gonna wait. It's Nomad's turn.
I'm going to ready action cast this spell magic at 5th level, or until Gale does something this turn.
Sick. Real excited for whatever you two are planning. All right.
Profoundly ominous.
Yeah, very, very ominous. Rifleman is gonna fire at Nordo.
Oh, hey. Never mind. You're good.
18.
18 misses.
Reload.
Nope, 22. 22 is.
Oh, right, reckless. Yeah, 22 for 8.
4 points.
All right, reload and fire again. 22 for another 13, or 23 for 13.
Which is 6.
And then he is going to try to jump way over here. What is his strength? Ooh. Okay, he does okay. It's a little awkward, but he manages to kind of like jump to this unoccupied spot over here to get a little bit of cover from the people on the stage. It's not much. But that'll bring us to the Paladin.
Oh, also on my turn, I instruct the commoners to please disperse.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that they're like trying to get away from all this.
Calmly.
Hey, sorry, I stepped away for a second there. Did the rifleman like move to that space that he's in right now?
He did, yes.
I would like to use my reaction, please,
Uh-oh.
to expend my superiority die.
Oh, fuck.
Here's the attack.
Oh, thank God. Thank
Um,
goodness.
Okay.
All right. This guy, Nordo is not his problem. He sees squishy people. He likes squishy people. You're fully armored, so he doesn't think you're squishy. He goes to Vasu.
oh, hi.
Hello. The first thing that happens is you see he cast a spell.
I'm in Tunnel Fighter.
Oh,
So
God
the first thing that
damn
happens
it.
is that I fucking attack him for free.
Yeah, you sure do. Yeah, that hits for 10.
Give me a con save.
Oh, help me. Help me, God. Nope.
Hey, nice try. Pep.
Yeah, he gets to here, gets hit by your tunnel fighter, and is stunned, and that is his turn.
I point at the ugly knight and I say, hey, you next?
There's this gong ringing noise as you just hit him square in the helmet. And yeah, the ugly knight thinks he's up next. What does he got? He's got some weird shit, if I remember correctly. Right. Okay. Yeah, he is actually going to pull out a spear. And he's going to kind of position himself here, or actually he'll start here so he doesn't have cover issues. And he is going to throw a spear at Vasu.
Oh, mistake number 2. That's a miss anyway.
Big old miss. And then he is going to kind of brace back over in this direction. That'll bring us to Elise. You know, it doesn't have to be like this, but she will use her bonus action to summon a spiritual weapon. And you know what?
Atta girl.
She'll do it at a fuck you level, too.
Beautiful. He's prone.
Sure he is. She's already used her 6th, which I guess means it's time for a 7th.
Hell yeah.
Ooh,
Who needs heals?
not me.
Me either. I
Alright.
can't remember last time I took damage.
I don't know if she actually gets anything more for 7th, but I know she gets, so it's every 2, yeah, it's for every 2. So 3, 5, oh, it does actually go up 1. Okay, sick. Oh no, it's 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. Still the same. 22 does hit though for 24 force damage.
Does she have a main action?
And she does have a main action.
Or an attack?
She is thinking. How can she? Yeah. She is actually going to. Yeah, she'll just run up and get right up into the fray of things. And she's going to try to shove this ugly knight prone.
Is her HP? Did she not heal hit dice?
She
when
definitely did.
rested?
I need to roll those. Yeah. Just topples him, sweeps the leg, and starts to make her way over towards Mr. White. That'll bring us to Vasu.
Okay.
She has balls.
I see a prone target.
Get him.
Yeah, I fly right over here. It's an advantage because he's prone, but also because of the dash I took. 24.
Big old hit for 17, and he takes every bit of it.
Cool. Here's another D10 of fire damage. I think that's how that works, right?
Yes.
And then I mark him for burning for every turn after that.
Yep.
Yeah. Give me con save.
Coming. If he has to roll 8 con saves a turn, he'll eventually fail one.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh,
Ooh,
so close.
That's a good con save. I attack again.
19 misses.
Oh. Sorry.
I liked it.
I don't know. I don't know why that reaction was so particularly funny. I'm gonna do
either.
I'm gonna do a flurry.
All right.
23.
That hits for another 14.
Another con save. Ooh. That's a fail.
Oh my
All right,
god.
his
I think-
legendary.
No, yours is 18, mine's 19.
Oh, is it?
Oh, thank
Shit.
God.
Yeah.
How's that work? You
8
probably have it
plus-
on.
8 plus wisdom plus proficiency. And your wisdom is 1 point lower than mine. So yours
Ah,
is 18, mine's 19.
Mine's 18 though.
Yeah, mine's 20.
Aw, dang. What an absolute shame.
Truly.
Here's the other unarmed attack.
That's another good hit for another 11.
I have to fish for it because he's the biggest fish I've ever seen. Give me another con save.
Absolutely.
Dang.
Vasu move.
Move? Where?
Fly at least.
Okay. I'll fly up here
All right.
onto this pillar thing.
The Ugly Knight and Mr. White will take opportunity attacks unless you disadvantage.
I believe they're both prone.
Yeah.
But also, if you will have allowed me to, since I can technically use my movement through 2 different dashes through that cape thing, and they both oppose disadvantage, I'll do that.
They already have it 'cause they're prone.
They already have it because they're prone anyway.
Fair.
I gotta look. I don't know if you can break that up with attacks, but it's disadvantage for now anyway. So let's see how it goes. We'll start with the Ugly Knight.
I'll probably be fine.
You're probably fine.
You
Spoiler.
say that.
He's so ugly. He can't hit me.
What's the worst that could happen? 17 misses.
That's a miss.
He's gonna try to chomp you. Where did I put chomp? Where's chomp? Oh, I found chomp. Here we go.
Oh jeez.
16, I think, misses.
Oh, 16 misses.
Yeah, 16 misses. I forgot it was a disadvantage for a second. That got scary.
That's a damn shame. All right. Anything else?
Holy shit.
All right. Gil.
Heals.
All right, I do a little like Kaneki knuckle crack.
Hell
and
yeah.
then I'm gonna say, well, I was hoping to find a test subject for this for Ozzy,
Ooh.
and I'm gonna I'm gonna get onto Toto. Toto's gonna run over here, take a flying leap, and while we are in the air,
Oh no.
and then Toto is going to just haymaker him into the earth.
Fuck yeah. So I assume you're making a pit of mud, and then you're gonna
Yeah.
haymaker him into it. All right.
So I don't know if I guess that's an athletics check for Toto to just basically land and just pile driver
Yeah,
him
just
into.
try to get him as deep down in there as you can. And I assume you're making this so that like only the corner of it catches Mr. White and maybe the rifleman, but it doesn't get Nordo.
If I can hit part of the stage and get ugly too, I'd do that. But
Does it work on process stone or is it only like natural stone?
it didn't say anything about process that I can see. But there's also
Yeah, and regular stone as well.
Non-magical rock
Non-magical
of
rock
any
of any
sort.
sort.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Stays high.
So yeah, I think that I pile driver him in, and then the stone of the stage just kind of covers him like concrete.
I love this so much.
Terrible
Hell
monster
yes.
death.
All right, excellent. Give me an athletics check to see if you can pile him in like super, super deep.
It's prone.
It's prone. I'll give him disadvantage on the attempt to resist. Oh no, Mr.
Ooh.
White, you're supposed to be good at this. Yeah, you land, and he kind of like doesn't brace as hard as he needs to because he sees that Toto's like so small. How could he possibly do, anything serious? And then he finds out that Toto weighs like
2,000 pounds.
900 pounds. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Just literally all metal.
yeah, just gets driven straight down, mobster style, buried like concrete, and then I assume that Nomad's
now.
reaction goes off.
Beam attack. Go. Dispel magic 5th level.
God damn it. Okay. Nomad goes 10 feet deep. Soft stone. And he must make a dexterity saving throw. I'm just going to say he fails because you pile drove him, but I'll give the rifleman one. Nope, that's another fail. So they both become restrained. And in order to break out, they have to make big old strength checks, and I'll make his at disadvantage because he is fully engulfed in this shit. He also can't breathe and is blind. Fuck. Alright, cool. Both of you can have inspiration. Anything else?
Now we wait for him.
That'll do. That'll do, Chief.
Oh boy. Alright.
God damn.
Well. Fuck. Everyone else. The acolytes are just going to kind of hop down and hide behind the stage, because, a lot of the commoners kind of get up and away from this. Some of them run for the stairs. And some of the nosy ones get over here to get a closer look at everything, because they're idiots.
Hey, you, quit rubbernecking. You'll die out here. You ever seen a shark that big? You really want to fuck around with that?
Oh boy, alright. What the fuck does he do? He can't do verbal components. Okay, he can start with this. Maybe. How many are up? 2, which would be a level 4. Are any of these not verbal? Oh, you know what? This one might not be.
His turn.
It is his turn. He takes some bleed.
14.
He takes some fire damage too.
He sure does.
I
Boy, with
assume he
that,
resists it because he's like an ice thing.
well, it's also that he's like fully submerged in concrete.
It can still burn. Magical fire doesn't need oxygen. Right?
Concrete actually gets like super hot while it's hardening, so
Yeah.
Just a second, be right
So
back.
so this is probably like a whatever that spell is where you make someone's armor really hot. But like all around it. We're cooked heat metal, yeah. Heat concrete.
Tabasco sauce if you're Yule.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Yes, I will go and let this one tick. I'll give him resistance while he's under there, but like he's still burning. He's on fire.
But
Also,
it's magical fire.
he rolled max again. Holy shit! Calm
Yeah.
down with this.
No, my tick damage is like only probably 25% effective as Nordo's is. So I need this. And I'm also going to bug the artificers in the party about this in the future. Be warned now. I have plans for my spear.
All right. You do watch as one of these sets of runes suddenly just bursts into a little bit of frost, and just a second later, there's a snap of his finger and a gout of just frigid, howling wind kind of emerges in a cone from his fingertips, sticking out from the mud or the from the stone. I need, what is this? This is a dex save? No, con save. I need the Constitution saving throw from Gale, Toto, Nordo, and the Rifleman. Oh no!
Oh no, no.
It's not a very good stat for me. What am I, barbarian?
Oh,
Barbarian,
just start
barbarian 3, monk 9. I will remind you.
fire, right?
All
I
right.
think.
To his credit, he has more wisdom than I do, and I'm a better monk.
Toto is able to kind of shake off these effects, being very in control and wanting to not get stuck in the concrete. He's kind of ready to avoid sticky circumstances. The rest of you, though, find yourselves
Feet are kind of stuck in the concrete.
yeah. The rest of you, though, find yourselves just coated in this sheening cover of ice. Your speed is reduced to 0 while you're coated. It'll either wear off naturally after about a minute, or you can use an action to break it off. It only reduces your speed, you're not restrained or anything else like that. You also take 11 cold damage. Alright.
5.
He has consumed the runes. What the fuck else can he
It
do?
doesn't do anything else, but you also immediately take damage.
Yes, the damage is important. I'm going to rule that he can't do that while he's buried. He definitely can't do any of those while he's buried, so he's just going to try to break out of this. Disadvantage because he's been pile drived so far in. This is a DC 20 strength check. No athletics bonus. Shit. No! He's still stuck in there, and
Got real close.
he's suffocating. Alright, that brings us to the top of a new round.
Uh-oh.
Guys, what a fight this is.
Alright, he is going to do this with his lair, see if he can get a little more help. Oh, the lair wants him to survive. That's good. Yes, good, good. You watch as moisture condenses into tiny little ice crystals, delicate and fragile, kind of coming to rest on the grass and the rock all around. And then we roll. Flick is the first act this time.
Cool. Let's see here.
And Mr. White. Well, okay.
We get a long rest soon, right?
Oh,
Pretty
what
soon,
day
it's
is it?
Thursday.
Oh, whoops.
I
It says that you can put it at any point in range, not a point you can see. So I'm going to aim low enough that it would only hit the people stuck in the ground.
Okay. So, okay. Give me a luck check.
Okay.
Oh, wait, okay, the range is 150, but the radius is only 60. Yeah, that is doable.
Yeah.
That doesn't require a luck check. Sorry, I always dramatically overestimate the size of Circle of Death for some reason. I think it's because one time I used it to wipe out a fuckload of kobolds all at once.
Then do it.
Classic.
Classic.
Genocide.
Classic.
It was,
Oh my god.
it was pretty dirty. Yeah, you're
It's
able
okay. I've done it too, but with a shotgun.
Yeah. You were able to
3.5's rules for like a shotgun and like mob monsters in particular were
Yeah.
they were dirty.
Good old cone. 31 damage. This hits the rifleman and White. They both need Constitution saving throws for half.
That seems bigger than it should be.
It's
That is a
real
60
big.
radius.
That's correct.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah, it's real
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
big.
God damn.
That's how big it is. That's why you think it's huge.
Yeah,
It is huge.
it is huge, but I thought it was a 150-foot radius, at which point you'd have to be, like, finding a way to drop this without hitting civilians.
Kill everybody.
Yeah. Let's see. Rifleman actually manages to succeed, I think. What's your DC?
Yeah.
Could be 19 unless you have something changing it.
Should be 19.
Probably.
Why can I never keep track of this?
Oh,
Why is that-
no!
Great job, Mr. White.
Good job, Mr. White.
It's also a
It is
shooter.
19, by the way.
Alright, excellent. So the rifleman does get to survive just a little bit longer. But you see that Mr. White's exposed hand begins to go necrotic, and you can see it tightens around his knuckles and joint. Anything else?
Question is, that doesn't hit him.
Sure, I'll go stand over by Ugly.
Alright. Well... Shit. He can't do anything else because he can't breathe. Alright, Nordo.
Okay. I think I'll
Attack
start by attacking this rifleman.
Excellent. The rifleman, unlike Mr. White, is only about half sunk into this, so his upper body is just like real exposed and easy to hit, and he's restrained.
I assume I don't need to attack recklessly then.
Correct. 32 is good for 9. Whew, yeah, that'll do it. Just with a clean cut down one side, you kind of get about halfway through the rib cage. You bring it back around and go on the other side like a lumberjack. And he is cleft in twain.
Standing,
And-
I will use my reaction to do Spine of the Cloud Pierce.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Get the old AC up at the con and all that. Okay, that's my action. There is a hand of a Mr. White sticking out of this ground that is still moving and gesticulating and just tried to hit me with cold shit, right?
Absolutely.
I would like to attempt to bite it off.
Hell yes. Give me an attack roll with advantage because he's restrained.
Gonna have to fight Toto for it.
It didn't
Like
go
that.
as planned.
It's like a dog tug of war, only it's Nordo.
If that hits, it is a crit.
It sure does, and actually, would you be
If
able
it
to
crits.
tell?
I will.
Go ahead.
Big turtle
Sorry, go
bite.
If that does crit, as I'm trying to tear the shark hand off with my beak, the tattoo on the back of Nordo's hand with the 5-fold golden knot of Aedra flashes golden for an extra 60-10
Oh!
for a total of
God
uh,
damn.
what's that, 45 damage?
Yeah, 45 total damage. You bite down and just begin to rip and tear. Your beak sinks in. You can feel that you've made your way through most of the outer muscle layer, and you eventually kind of hit bone, and you just begin to grind and gnaw and twist. You can faintly hear little bits of cracking and splintering. You haven't got it all the way off yet, but you're making real good progress.
We'll do a flurry of blows. Just try to give one more good
Rip and tear,
good,
rip
good
and
pull
tear.
on it.
That is another solid hit for another 10.
Cool. I assume that I cannot cause this guy to do a stunning strike right now because I'm just gnawing on his hand.
I mean, you're connecting on a physical attack. I think you're connected to his key. You could try it.
Perfect. I'll try to connect to his key by gnawing on his hand and get him to do a stunning strike.
All right. Let's go ahead and throw up a reaction to at least give myself advantage. And technically you would have done this on the first one, so you might just shoot through all of it immediately. Let's find out. Yeah, there we go. Wait, wrong one. Yes, wrong one. Here we go. 35. You already chewed through all of it anyway. I'm just going to give him some health back. But that means he doesn't have advantage on this save. God damn it, Mr.
God.
White. Alright,
Oh,
legendary number 1. Saves it. Okay.
Alright, that's it for my turn.
Alright, he has a decision. Does he gamble on a strength check, or does he do the thing? How many people are here? There's like it's the whole town. Everyone is here. On the other hand, he's dying. And dying is not cool.
His hand is in my beak, if that has his ability to do somatic components.
Thankfully, this one does not have any components. It's not a spell. But it is going to hurt him a lot, and I forget how much, but I know I have a house rule for it, and I'm looking it up.
it's gonna
Is it
go
getting
boom.
big inside something that's smaller than you?
Yeah. Trying to find it in rulings.
Okay, given that plan again, I feel the need to ask how tall is this pillar that I'm standing on the top of?
It is about 20 feet. No, it wouldn't be that tall. It'd be about 15 feet tall.
Okay.
Magical
Perfect
crushing from
size.
size changes. The magical both the contents and the container are damaged. Spell, I'll say it is the result of a spell. The damage is equal to 2d8 bludgeoning damage for each level of the spell used. What level is that transmute? Is that 5th?
Yeah, 5th.
So Gale, roll me 10d8 bludgeoning damage as he transforms into his dragon form to bust free of all of this stone. Fucking ouch. Not a fan of that.
It's an action to transform.
It sure is.
Hey, how big does he get?
Very. I'm pulling it up. Don't you worry.
It's important to know for my reaction purposes. He also takes some fire.
I forgot.
Oh, God damn it.
The way you said it sounded incredibly horny. Not that you were concerned about him hitting you. You were just, hey, how big does he get?
How big does the shark get?
But
Sorry. It's the wrong
It really is
campaign.
you, Lady Dimitrescu.
Shut up!
He had a helmet to readjust every time you punched him. Oh wait, he did. He just threw it off.
Where did I put this token? Oh, there it is. Thank God. He won't need to change into a dragon, I told myself. He wants to keep it under wraps.
Everyone here knows your secret.
Now all of China knows you're gay.
Now all of
There he
China
is.
or queer.
There's the boy.
There's the boy.
yes. Haven't seen that token in some time. I haven't heard that tongue in 2 days.
It's been a while, Mr. Token White. White Token.
But for real though, does he get within 15 feet big of me?
He definitely gets within there. He has not moved yet, but he's probably about to.
That's fine. I don't need him to move with Sentinel. I think, right?
Yeah.
I think
Let's
you
pull
have
up the
to
chart.
move with it. Where's the handy chart?
the handy dandy notebook for these class features that I should probably know myself.
When a monster moves more than 5 feet while already in your reach.
I feel like he moved. He grew.
He hasn't yet, but he's
Yes.
about to for sure. And he
Fine.
definitely moves more than 5 feet, because the first thing he does after he breaks free of all of this is he tries to fly straight up in the air, triggering opportunity attacks from basically everyone except Elise and Nomad. Miss. Thank fucking
no.
Christ. Thank
Where-
Christ.
Where are Toto and Gale?
Down by the giant crater that has been left from where he emerged.
I think
So we got knocked back instead of.
Yeah. So there's like this
Okay.
rupturing of Earth, and he just kind of burst free of it, and there's like a small crater left where he kind of just grew all at once. 19 misses. Oh my god, he might actually get... Oh my god. Oh, pack tactics, no! He does take 9 force. Anyone else?
Flick's having flashbacks of being almost eaten and doesn't hit.
Oh, there's that look of fear. Oh shit, that hits. Ooh, that hits real good.
It's the Dragon Feast, too.
It sure is. Yeah, he's not looking great. Alright. Any other opportunity attacks? Flick, you are in range if you want one.
I rolled for it. I rolled a nat 20 and a 1, and I took the 1. So
Oh, right. Gotcha. Alright. Excellent. Then yeah.
Hold on.
I forgot, he can attack
23
now.
to hit!
23
23!
does hit for 5
Give me
piercing.
a con save!
He cannot fail the con save.
That's fair, but I have to try.
He'll do it anyway, just for fun.
And I'm so proud for shit.
He does land
job,
5
Shu.
piercing damage, which is pretty good.
It's probably not magical.
No, I don't think it is, but he doesn't resist non-magical
Is-
damage.
I'd have to look into this because he's a Pact of the Chain familiar. I think that might have some. I don't know
There
if
might
that
be
does
something.
magical damage.
Either way, it doesn't matter. In this case, he flies. He flies. Yeah, he flies 60 feet up. Yeah, he flies 60 feet up. That's where he wants to be, I think, and a little bit over the water. That's his turn, which brings it to
Me.
Vasu.
And I dash 60 feet up in the air straight at his soft underbelly with my spear.
Sure do. Bring it.
Sorry, I was looking at Shu's character sheet and got very confused. 25.
That hits 14.
Another 3 fire damage. Give me a con save.
Already used his... Oh, wait, he did get a turn back. Yeah, he's going to throw up another shield. He was really hoping to use his offensive reaction at least a little bit in this fight, but he just needs to defend. Alright, block some of that damage, so... And then advantage on the save while the shield is still up. It is still barely up. 29 is good
Save.
anyway.
I keep attack.
Another good hit for 18. That does break the shield and does 2 left over.
Give me another con save.
God
You
damn
really
it,
think you can
Mr.
just keep
White.
running from us?
No! Oh,
That's
thank
a fail.
God. Okay.
Okay, so I imagine his wings falter for a bit and he starts to plummet, and
Yep.
I'm gonna flurry.
But he's... Oh, no.
21.
God damn it. Yeah, that hits.
And a con save. Motherfucker.
Alright, Mr. White, I really need you to make this.
I need you to fail this.
Oh, thank
Ooh,
God.
goddamn. Okay, here's the last.
Oh,
19 probably
thank
doesn't
goodness
do it.
it misses.
Okay, I need a very important decision on your part about your ruling on this cloak that I have that lets me break up a huge bit of dash movement between 2 bursts, and how that reacts with like me attacking between those dashes.
Let me go read it real quick. Inventory, Vasudeva.
Vasudeva. I like how you said that. I guess it does say consecutive.
Yeah, it does say consecutive dashes.
That's fair.
Yep.
He flew 60 feet up, and you said this pillar was like 15?
Yeah, about 15.
Right?
So you're 45 above the pillar.
Okay, so I've spent 45, which means I still have a good bit of movement on my own.
So notably, using the cloak uses all of your movement.
Yeah, I'm just like, I didn't say I used the cloak.
Okay.
I definitely could have just dashed up to him with my own flight. So I guess that's, rule that however you want to.
No, that's fair.
Okay. If you're willing to let me just have committed to that with my real flight, I am going to risk the attack and fly like 15 feet down and 15 feet over to hopefully kind of just get right back where I started, back on the stage here, but not on the pillar.
Excellent. God bless. He will definitely take that opportunity attack.
Yeah, I'm sure he will, but I don't want to be the only one fighting a dragon 60 feet up in the air.
23?
Ooh. That's a hit.
Oh, thank God. 30 points of piercing and cold. And you see some of your own blood begin to trickle down the side of his face. He kind of licks it clean.
Oh, that's a real dirty trick. I'm glad I healed to max at this recent short rest.
Alright, anything else?
Nah, that's all of my movement. Main action, bonus action, and a lot of key points.
Ugly Knight looks up and sees that the boss has turned into dragon form and realizes that that is very bad for him. He is going to use half his movement to stand up. He's going to take the dodge action, and he's going to be like, whoa, no, 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 and he starts running away from all of you guys. You can take your opportunity attacks if you want.
I'm going to save my reaction, I think.
Flick has already taken it, so I guess it would just be Elise. Here we go.
I didn't take it.
Oh, that's right, you didn't take it. You can take it if you want.
This isn't a dragon. I can hit this.
Hell yeah. Oh, and how? For 17 points.
Yeah, flip my thing.
That is his movement and action, so everyone else... the Acolytes also know what dragons do. Yeah, they're gonna dash up this way. Yeah, at this point, everybody kind of gets the idea, and all of the, like, cool, awkward rubbernecking, like, hey, we're fighting to see who's in charge, has now changed to, holy fuck, it's a dragon, and it's definitely about to breathe on all of us. And everybody just gets the fuck out. Gale's up.
Boy. Well, he made a mistake.
Got the power of gun.
God damn it, those... Woo! Woo! Both hit.
Oh. Hasu was still there to be hit.
I'm sorry, I should have stayed up there. I also admit for my own well-being. Can I retroact like 30 feet of my
Hell
movement from
no.
that turn?
You are down there and you are staying there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alright, 2 solid hits. Blood begins to pour out from 2 gunshot wounds right around the base of the neck. Anything else?
Yeah. Gonna get out of here. We're basically just gonna kind of tuck ourselves behind the stage in a way that gives us a little bit of cover, hopefully.
Excellent. Yeah, that'll definitely give you at least a little bit of cover from this angle.
Very short.
Yeah. Granted, if he was to move south a bit, it would probably cancel it, but we'll see what he does.
Yeah.
All right. At the end of your turn, he's going to use a legendary. It's like, oh no, don't you leave now. We're just getting started. You watch as 2 of the glyphs pop, and he begins to cast a spell.
I can't remember. Did I use my? I used my
Is-
reaction to.
Is that your
dispel-
range too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is probably just out of your range. Yeah, 60.
Yeah, because he flew literally 60 feet, so.
Yep. All right. Then you watch as the sand from up top is drawn down the steps of this until it forms just this massive wall of sand, which you can definitely tell is going to significantly hamper your ability to move, and it also blinds you while you're in it. So let me draw this fucker. 10. Here, and 10, 20, 30 here. And he's just going to drop this right on as many of you as he can catch. Yeah, that looks good. He really doesn't care much about this paladin, but conveniently can leave him out. Pillars are about 15 feet tall. Vasu, you see that this erupts kind of like right beside you, but can't quite reach up to you and is a little bit off to the side anyway.
You say Mr. White was the shark form?
In his shark form, he is about 14 feet tall.
Cool.
That brings us to Elise, who doesn't like being blind. She will move to get out of this thing. Has to spend a lot of her movement to do it, but she's Tabaxi. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. I think she wants to spread, is what she wants to do. So she's going to give herself 60. The first 5 cost 15. 20, 30, 40, 50. She can't drag it to the commoners. That's a bad look for a queen. She'll come over here. Bonus action, she'll start to move the spiritual weapon up, but it can only move 20 feet. Brings us to Nomad.
So, before this all started, I did say I rose 1 foot above him.
That's
So
true.
technically, he's fit in the
Yeah,
air.
you're 15
How
feet off
tall
the
is
air.
this wall?
I believe it is 10 feet tall, so you would be just above it, especially because it has to go down a bit to hit Nordo.
I'm gonna rise a little higher, another 15 feet. And just looking at him, my face is unreadable. I'm wearing a mask and all that. I use Channel Arcana to increase the DC of this to 21.
Oh no! He isn't good at wisdom saves, and he only has 1 legendary left.
It's probably still gonna.
Oh wait,
be
he
fine.
is proficient. Okay, he might be okay, but I don't want to jinx it.
Jinx it. Don't even knock on him.
He has to use legendary.
Yeah, it's 21.
Oh, thank God.
He just makes it.
Oh, fuck.
There's that fear, I say in his head.
Ooh. Alright, anything else?
Movement, that's my action. I have 8 mana. I don't have a bonus action, so I'm just gonna hover here 30 feet in the air. It's
Alright.
kind of like E-pose, just to challenge him, you know?
Vasu, you have... Yeah, you took your turn at 11, so he's no longer stunned, thank Christ. This paladin's getting the... Actually, how devout is this paladin? He is the craziest one in the bunch. Let's do a check. No, he's not that stupid. He's gonna clunk, clunk, clunk in his big heavy armor.
You're a coward and you always will be.
Was that Daru?
He'll at
Shut
least
up.
run over towards Elise, I think, to give the appearance of doing his job. That brings us to the top of a new round. Lair time. We saved a lot of these runes. Tasty.
I don't like that. Sentence I
Oh
never want
my
any
God.
DM to say.
Wait. What's the range? Fuck. He can't because he's not on the ground. Shit. Oh well, he's still got a bunch to work with. Top of a new round. Here we go.
There we go. That's that high Vasu initiative I've been craving this whole
no.
session.
Oh, Nordo got above him too. God
Sure
damn it.
did.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
This is not
May
good.
I use my inspiration to reroll initiative. I'm
Yes.
fucking getting 3 and 4.
You sure can.
Why am I even
Ooh!
still on dynamic initiative?
Ooh.
Never changes.
Here, 22. I'm gonna change. There we go. Thank you.
Alright. Flick, you are blinded by this wall of sand. You can tell that moving is going to cost triple. What would you like to do? Okay, sorry. Neo is out in the kitchen because food is ready. So give me like 5 minutes and we'll be back in a second.
Unacceptable.
Can't believe this guy's out there eating chicken and waffle sandwiches while I'm just sitting here not.
Right?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
What a terrible host. The DM should bring enough food to share with the class, right?
It should be a rule, I think.
Does that mean you guys are gonna fly me in some Kumas on Monday?
Heck yeah. Except Kuma's is goddamn closed on Monday.
Like
Forgot-
still?
What the fuck is
Yeah.
closed on Mondays?
Well, they're like just reopening from first COVID and then their kitchen burning down when they opened
Oh,
the time. So,
What?
yeah, that's
burned down.
fair.
but
Were they
I'm
excited?
already over it. I need them to get their shit together.
How'd they burn their kitchen?
I don't know what actually caught fire. Something like in the kitchen did. I don't know what it was. I don't know the specifics. I just know that it just reopened after being closed most of 2020 for COVID, and like last
Probably
reopened. and
probably
then-
didn't clean their hood vents
probably.
or the grease trap. That's
Sounds-
what does it.
That sounds likely on account of it's like a burger and fries joint.
Yeah. Grease fires are scary.
For real.
Speaking from experience. Like, what do you put that out with? It's definitely not water.
Need those Type C fire extinguishers over the front.
Yeah. Need a fire extinguisher, or just like a bucket of sand.
Need a lot of buckets of sand.
You risk splashing it everywhere. Through buckets of sand.
I think the important lesson is that any kind of kitchen fire is scary.
Correct.
And most of them, throwing water on them is the bad idea.
But every once in a while.
Sorry, I'm having flashback.
Holy shit, you guys.
What? So good?
Oh my god. Okay. Flick says that he uses his cunning action to get as far out of all of this clusterfuck as he can. Do you guys want him to go east or west or some other direction?
Maybe west. That's left, right?
Yeah. So he can do 15, and then he's home free. Whoops, no, you stay there. Okay, sick. He also reminded me that he has the shoes. So 10, 25, 35 is his base movement. Cunning action for another 35. Gets him here, way spread out. And then he's going to turn around and use the main action to fire some Eldritch Blasts. Ooh, a lot of those hit, all but the second hit. That's not good. He's looking real bad, and Vasu's up. Does he have a lair or a legendary action he can use first? Let me check real quick, because he likes not dying.
Does he really want to take one? He knows what's coming.
Yeah, he definitely wants to take one.
You think a lair action can stop me?
Oh, he's already burned so many of those runes, though.
He's dead. What would a desperate guy do?
Can't do that. Yeah, I don't think he has any good options, so Vasu, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to dash up to him. I will commit to using my cloak dash this time, even if I don't get the additional dash after it, just because I'm afraid of those ice runes going off. But that also makes this attack an advantage. 25.
That is a hit for 11.
And another 8 fire. And give me a con save.
Dear sweet Jesus. Oh, thank God.
You rat bastard.
By the skin of his teeth, he holds on. Oh, no!
Another con save.
No!
Ooh, he failed!
Yeah, you get up. You basically do a 1-2 punch, and the second one catches him, like, right on the under the side of the jaw. He watches it rocks back in this horrible, awkward angle, and his eyes just go cross-eyed for a moment. And he begins to fall down towards the water.
I imagine I like dash up with the point of the spear on the first attack, and then just like twirl it around and hit him with the butt end of it and stun him.
Hell yes.
And then just to be a real dirty bastard because he's leaving my range, I'm gonna bonus action tunnel fighter.
Excellent. So notably, like involuntary movement doesn't trigger things that are triggered by movement.
Okay.
Right.
That's fair. I'm just gonna. I'll bonus action to take another free hit on him at advantage because he's now stunned.
Hell yeah, go for it.
Ooh!
Oh my goodness. That might actually... Yeah, with that, tell me how you do it. You knock him unconscious and he goes flying down towards the water.
Okay, yeah, I fly up with the point of my spear, twirl it around, and knock him stunned with the butt end of it. And then, I imagine I fly up a little bit and then do, just a twirling heel drop on him with my unarmed attack. And spike him down into the fucking river.
Fuck yes. The head kicks first, the whole jaw goes slack. And he just drops straight down with a splash in the oasis. There is a thud and a crash. Gasps from everybody that's been watching all of this as the hoarse breaths of the unconscious and slowly dying Mr. White now litter the oasis.
All right. I don't know how high up in the air I am right now, but I've used all my movement because I committed to that cloak dash. I will, for whatever it's worth, twirl my spear back around triumphantly and point at the crowd below, and all of the other Emerald Order guys that might still be conscious, and be like, "You want to be made an example too?"
Give me an
And that's
intimidation
my
check.
turn. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. And boy, this paladin, he's supposed to be so good at these. Yeah. The paladin realizes that he has been outplayed and he's outnumbered. And it's time to call it quits. And you watch as he drops his weapon and the ugly knight follows form. The two of them drop their swords. And everything just kind of goes quiet for about 10 or 20 seconds. And then someone bold and brave, begins a slow clap off at the top of the stairs.
Hell yeah.
Please save your applause. Remove this body from the water before it contaminates it. We don't have enough of it as it is.
Yeah,
I was already directing people to get it out.
Yeah. As soon as we go off initiative order or whatever,
Yeah.
I'll fly back down and do whatever kind of water bending I need to kind of isolate the area around him and push him out of the river. And then I'm gonna jam my spear right through his fucking skull and I'm gonna pose as best as I can.
hell yeah. As you're getting down
Why
there
would
and
we talk to him before we kill him? That'd be dumb.
Preparing
Is
to do
he
all this.
already dead?
No.
Is he dead?
So he is making death saving throws, which basically means he's knocked out of the fight. He cannot fight back. But he kind of looks up wearily and barely able to even move his own body. Who are you?
I'm the locust.
Get out of the water, please. You're contaminated.
Yeah, that too. You're
He
bleeding too much.
doesn't have the energy to move or fight or do anything like that.
I'll water bend and/or water whip him out of it.
All right. After a brief moment
I
of
imagine
confusion,
he can't make strength. Can he make strength saves at the moment?
No, you're able to just tug him out like that.
Okay, cool.
And after a brief moment of confusion, his eyes do kind of roll back, and he goes actually all the way unconscious. It's up to you if you want to finish him off or try to stabilize him. But
I really want to
dead.
kill him, but I feel like we probably shouldn't.
It's alive.
You'll tell me I can try and stabilize him if you want. In other words, stabilize. I can try to stop this bleeding if you want. Need to move quick though. Max put some pretty good cuts in him.
We should
Fails-
probably prove that. Bleeds.
He fails to save on his turn when he bleeds at the start of his turn. Although I went before him. Alright, cool. If Gale says to stabilize him, we'll try to first use his turn to use an action to try to stop the bleeding.
Oh, it was my turn before that, I guess, so I'll help.
yeah, you guys are working together, all able to do it. Elise is also able to just run up and do a spare the dying at some point. If you guys can staunch the bleeding. He remains unconscious, but you're able to at least close the wounds so that they don't infect the oasis too much and pull his body with the help of a lot of these commoners who seem very eager to get the chance to run in and contribute and help. All of you are able to kind of pull him up onto the side of the shore.
Does anyone have any steel? Raw steel ingots?
A couple of there's this burly kind of human man with a kind of a black beard. He's like, yeah, I can go get some. What do you need them for?
I'm going to bind this mouth permanently.
All right, that's a good idea. I'll be back in 10, 15. And he kind of looks down to a young boy and decides, come on, let's go. And they both run off.
Truss him up like Deathwing, but he can't open the mouth no more.
You can see that among the crowd, there are still a lot of Emerald Company employees that look very confused. A lot of them come up and help drag this dragon body off to the side, they're not sure what the fuck that was all about.
Who's second in command from you?
One of them eventually kind of clears his throat. There would be back in Salt Bowl, probably. Most of our leadership was over there.
And what were your plans coming here?
And we heard that there was an attack. We were here to distribute water to make sure that there was food and medical attention.
So you were fooled by this person. You came here under good pretenses, but he tried to conquer this place.
Yes. Yeah.
Could someone they're lying?
Somebody can give me an insight check if they want to try to get a read on everything.
I'll do one as well.
Sure.
Fucking take information at face value is really thick. I believe him.
None of them. A lot of the people that are up here and helping seem to believe this. They don't. They seem surprised by all of this. They're like, "Is this real? Were we tricked? Were we duped? Is this an outsider? Was he even like really part of this organization?" You can definitely tell though, Nordo, that the Ugly Knight and the Paladin are both like, they probably knew a little bit more than everybody else did, and they're kind of like staying away from all of this. And in fact, you'd probably be able to tell that the Ugly Knight is kind of looking like he wants to find an opportunity to run.
Okay. As soon as I realize that, I will ensure that that does not happen. I will approach both of them and take the weapons, and we'll have some questions for you two. Stick around.
Right.
Yeah, you don't think you can run from me, do ya?
No. I've seen you. You fly very fast. No. We can't run.
Alcidio is almost as fast as me, so we can catch two of you, even if you run opposite ways.
Hey, fuck you! I'm faster than two of you. You stupid fucking turtle. Sorry.
Not have
That's
bring
just a
rain.
nerve, apparently.
Please, he's very sensitive about his speed.
It's all I have.
You also have a very strong spear arm, and also you were the Locust.
Yeah, but
You were an amazing
fast
actor
turtle.
of element. It would be nothing without you. Inaccurate. It would be something without you, but definitely less.
Motivational speech by Nomad.
It has to be accurate.
Thank you for inspiring me, but also keeping my fragile ego in check.
It is easy enough to kind of keep these two nearby, and presumably at some point, maybe even get them handcuffed or whatever.
Yeah, manacles.
After some talk with not just the acolytes and the commoners, and a little bit of a discussion, but also with like a lot of these low-ranking members of the Emerald Company. A lot of them are like, yeah, sure, you should rule. Like that's how things have been for a long time, and things were great. Like, yeah, we'll work with you, we'll serve you. We don't have any problems with this. None of them, you get the feeling, are very particularly high up the chain of command, except for maybe this paladin, who is staying very quiet the entire time. But like, you're not finding a lot of resistance, and everybody's kind of like, yeah, we're on board for this, and you guys handled that great, and all of the reforms that you want to do sound good. And yeah, after like 3 or 4 hours of just kind of making sure that things are stable, everything kind of goes back to this like hushed excitement of being able to start fresh and try to make something new out of all of this. There is discussion of a vigil for the people that were lost. They want to make sure that there's like respectful burial. A lot of people have a lot of questions about the ritual and the cultists and what it means and whether it's really dealt with, and did you kill all of them? And one or two of them are like, hey, why did we like see one of them alive? Are you interrogating them? Like what? The small one, the bird. Is there going to be a trial?
Don't forget the kobold we kept alive. We have him bound and gagged and everything.
Yes. Will there be a public trial to answer for these crimes?
You have wrung information from them? Certainly. They must pay for their crimes. I guess that's what cities do.
I think that'll be up to the Queen.
Certainly. We will make sure that it is safe for them to be seen in public first. They are obviously practitioners of magic. We would want to make sure they don't do anything else that is devastating, but we will make sure that justice is found. I like this tradition. It's a good tradition.
Say no.
So no one in the party objects to ritually torturing Uno, right?
Everyone in
I
the
will
party.
look back. Only because Ace is my brother.
I know.
It seems a little petty, even for me.
She's with us though, right? She hasn't given us the slip, teleported away.
No, she seems content to like either hang out with you if you insist on her staying with you, or just hang out on the ship. And like if you, there's presumably been at least some moment where she's left alone with just Ace and doesn't like try to stab him in the back or anything. Norda, what's up?
Just a little thing, but after we're done killing the dragon and kind of like getting settled in the wake of that, Norda will approach Kale and sort of pat him on the back. Say, good work, little dragon.
Thanks. I couldn't pull it off without Nomad, much as I hate to admit it.
You hate to admit this.
Stay out of my head.
Sorry, remove you from the conference for a moment.
We hate to even say it, but he wasn't all that tough. I think if we can take him, we can take Ozydirith.
I think our odds are improved potentially, but this was very different from what we'll be facing if we go after Oz.
Yeah, how's he different than this guy? It's just a dragon, right?
Well, he'll have fortification and all of his followers. We'll have to get through them and get through all of the defenses in Saznak, including the cellar door and the storm. It's not so much just Oz himself, it's everything that comes with him.
Do you think he just like made of magic? He's all bone, right? Like, how does that stay alive?
Well, Ozymandias is, but Ozydirith is just a dragon.
Too many Oz's.
Well, I know he's got a bunch of real good defenses and a bunch of people fighting for him and all that, but it's just a matter of time. His time's coming. Same as Mr. White's was.
Speaking of Mr. White's time, I'm very tired, but it might be worth it for us to go to Salt Bowl and check his house.
Yeah, I think that's probably something better done sooner than later. The longer he's gone, the more they're gonna clean that place out.
Yeah,
I think.
if we can get there before anyone else notices, we can probably sneak in there and grab whatever he's got. He might have something helpful. He could even have more of those pendants, for all we know.
I message D and say, hey, you ready for another snatch and grab?
Oh my god. I'll meet you at the palace in 5 minutes.
No, not the palace. Get to the boat,
Oh, okay.
if you can. Prepare for pickup. I don't know where he is right now. Is he on the boat?
You'd be in the crowd.
Come to the stage. You deserve some of this too.
Sure. They'll come up and be like, wow, holy shit, did you guys kill this thing? Oh,
Yeah,
still
I
breathing.
did. I did specifically. You saw that, right?
Um,
You saw that, right?
I heard a lot of gunshots.
You didn't hear the heel drop?
No, I saw it. It was pretty cool. I just can't give you credit.
Yeah, that's you little shit.
Um,
I pick him up and I noogie him in front of the whole crowd.
no, stop, fuck off. You do
Yeah,
know
that's what
that
you get.
typically part of the killing means you want them to not be breathing, right?
Yeah, but like, we want to question him probably, and I think that guy over there wants to eat his brain. So I probably shouldn't kill him just yet. I really want to, and I could, like, believe me, in a heartbeat. I could do it right now. I say out loud to everybody as I twirl my spear down toward the dragon's
Yeah.
throat.
No, I get it. I'm sure executing an unconscious thing is well within your wheelhouse. All right.
Will you fuck off? Throw him back into the crowd.
Hey, nice work though, for real. That was impressive. All of you. I don't think that was fucking nuts. That was no flying shark there. That was a fucking dragon.
First
I
dragon.
mean, if you think about it, aren't dragons just flying sharks? They've got all the teeth and the. I don't know
Even
about
the
that
fish.
lot. I mean, they seem to like they can go underwater usually, right? Unless
think
they're
some
like a
of-
fire dragon.
Ain't got no gills or nothing though. Ain't it's got arms. I ain't never seen no fish with arms, except for them weird fish with the deep mother makes.
Well, maybe they're like a polywog or whatever they're called. You know, like a tadpole. Like they start out with no legs, and then they get legs.
Or a froctopus. They've got 8 arms.
Yeah, but like you saw how tall he was before he transformed into a dragon, right?
Yeah, he was a big dude.
I miss Cass.
Isn't Cass with you? Like, he's
Yeah,
probably
he's
in
here.
the crowd.
Yeah, he is.
He probably. So Cass comes around the corner at this point, steps down the stairs, and he's got like 2 little bags filled with churros and other snacks from a street vendor. And then he sees the like beat up dragon and the dispersed crowd. He's like, "Oh shit, fuck happened here?"
Oh, hey, Kaz!
You know, this Thursday.
I just beat up this dragon right here. Oh, you brought some snacks. What a considerate man.
He like hands one of the small bags of churros to you and just walks straight past over the flick.
Yeah, I take one out of it and then pass it back to him and then just kind of go with it.
Do you do that thing that like people do with popsicles and just shove the whole churro in your mouth?
No.
Okay.
D looks
I
at
did
you
that
like,
with the burrito once.
does this ever work for you?
Nah. Unfortunately, no. But I don't know what else to do.
I thought you were supposed to be the one giving me advice. You know what? I'll give you some tips. Trust me. There's all sorts of cool slang I can teach you.
Please. Also, but also, if you like dames before I am at this age, I'd appreciate the advice. But also, should I not tell Ma?
She already knows. She's Ma. Ma knows everything.
Yeah, that's true.
I think. I don't know. Don't tell her.
Nah, you're right. Ma always knows.
Yeah.
Send to Ma and tell her she's gay.
But yeah, like, how do I talk? How do I talk to him?
Till insists that we probably. I'll tell you later. There's a dead dragon over there. Nordo, what's up?
He's not dead yet.
Really, I'm good.
Okay. Nomad, what's up?
Nomad eventually drifts kind of back into the podium, nods over at Gale, and says, "That was an excellent maneuver. It could use some polishing for Ozymandias and the rest of the Oz family."
I agree. We need something a bit sturdier.
Hmm.
But
It can make something that makes the ground harder, even after.
I think it might be more effective on Oz if we can time it correctly.
Perhaps something that pushes him in the ground as a dragon?
Possibly. I was kind of thinking.
Maybe we could shrink him.
I was thinking instead of having him go to the ground, just bring the ground to him.
We can do that. We can do something like this.
Well, Saznak is an underground city. We'll just can try it on the ceiling instead.
Everywhere is ground, yes. Then he turns to Elise and everyone else and says, "Before we were rudely interrupted, could we finish this, please?"
Yes. And they all kind of like are content that the dragon's not going to wake up at any second and start a rampage. And you guys are able to continue kind of laying out your plans. You work closely, especially with the church, but also with the the highest ranking green company or emerald company employee that you can find. He says he's going to have to report it all back, but at this point it sounds like the decision has been made pretty thoroughly. And he's kind of taken on the regrettable job of having to report this back to whoever is back in Salt Bowl. He doesn't have any idea what they're going to think about it, but he'll do his job.
We can go with you.
Oh, that... yeah, actually, that might be really good. Because then I wouldn't... You could tell everything that... Yeah, that would be good. I'd appreciate that.
I would crack my knuckles if I had strong knuckle bones.
I don't think it has much to do with strength. I think it's just pockets of air that are trapped between the joints. Where do you think that air goes? By the way, because I've always wondered that. I didn't know if anybody here knew.
Pockets of air?
Yeah.
When you pop... Oh, it's just there.
Like in my meat?
Yes, air meat.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'm gonna...
This was a joke.
Try not to think about any of this. But over the course of the next, probably a good long while, 2 or 3 hours, you start to talk about some of your plans, working with the community to figure out where you can establish lines. And part of this plan, if I understand correctly, is you're going to try to requisition a lot of level 1 magic stone to create basically permanent food and water supplies. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Like little stations dotted here and there. Say in the lower districts that need it the most, I think there'll be some within reach. So how many people are in the lower districts? There's less now.
Lots, but definitely less than before. And part of this discussion is figuring out what to do with all of the abandoned stuff and how to divvy all that up. And it's a long process.
First things first, I think maybe those should be collected, right, into one area.
Right.
And either it goes to next of kin, if they're still alive, and whatever is left behind should be divvied up equally. Or used first for the restoration process before being divvied up.
This idea strikes very close and well.
Shut up,
Who said
that?
Sorry, I go back to being dead now.
No, stay.
There...
Enter my mind.
Nope, Drew dies again.
There's a lot of support for this among the commoners and the clergy. There's a little resistance, and it's restrained but obvious from the nobility and the upper class. They realize that, when you start implementing social programs, they have to contribute to that. And, rich people don't like paying for social programs because they're rich. But you've made your point very, very clear, and you've had a very, inspiring and convincing argument for all of this. On top of the display of brutality, which you didn't start and were able to end non-lethally. And over the course of a long day of planning and discussion and kind of a round table, you're able to make a lot of headway and get a lot of these things kind of set up with organizers and managers and people that will spearhead different directions of it. You're able to find a couple of artificers who can make the water and food devices. You're able to find some clergy that are willing to do some healing camps and rituals. You're able to find engineers and contractors that are willing to start doing sort of a zone-by-zone sweep and find unused and abandoned places that they can kind of requisition. And without boring everybody with all the details, you start to get a plan in motion for this city, with Elise at the head of it, and everybody else kind of working together to kind of rebuild and see what they can do.
Can we appoint the council?
Absolutely. That's kind of a little bit what is going on, is they're starting to find out who around here is interested in leading, and kind of getting them into positions where they can start to test how well they do. Elise is very grateful that it's not all being dumped on her, that there's a distribution of work, that she's able to delegate a lot of her obligations. Yeah, and that is one of my next questions. It's kind of up to you guys how much time you want to spend being part of this. Elise makes it very clear that she understands that you have places to be, and it might not even be safe for you to stay here for a long time. She will appreciate your help as long as you want to stay, but understands if you need to leave, and encourages you, please come back anytime that you need, or contact me if you ever need me. I've talked with some of the mages. There are some teleporters, or people that can teleport that are still alive. It won't be super frequent, but I can do it every once in a while if you need me.
So you staying here then?
I think so, yeah. At least for a time, until this place starts to heal. Frankly, I'm terrified of the idea of living the rest of my life here. I kind of want to get out and see the world. Maybe someday even pick up on what I set out to do in the first place. But at least for a time, whether it's a few weeks or months or a couple years, I think this is where I need to be.
That's understandable. But
I
seeing
wrap
as
her up.
you're going to,
I
go
wrap
ahead.
her up in a big old hug with my arms and my wings, and I say, I get that. Leaving home has been the scariest part of this whole thing for me, and I get you do great things here, and they need that. But I'm gonna miss you.
I'll miss all of you. I don't know what I would have done if I didn't meet all of you. I was lost and discontent and didn't know what I wanted, and I still don't know what I want, and I still feel like there's some empty left in me, but I feel like I have something to do again.
To answer the first question, you would have died.
And I would have too, probably multiple times if we
And
hadn't met.
yes,
I think
Probably.
all
we
of
all
us
would
would have.
probably. Yeah.
As it is, I don't
I
even know
feel
what
like
that means. I don't know if I would see either of them.
I feel like the point that I'm trying to get at here is that we owe you a lot as a collective. Maybe I'm projecting a bit, but I'm willing to stay a little bit and help out here as much as I can, and hopefully repay a little bit of that. I'm not good with much, but if I can make the earth move and the water flow, I'll do that.
That will be a lot. If you are to stay here, perhaps. And he looks over at Nordo and all his tattoos. I could get a commemoration of you on my body.
It takes her a second, but she follows your line of sight and realizes what you're talking about. Oh,
Are you gonna like make your own ink?
oh my God, I mean, you can. I wouldn't. A tattoo is very permanent and very personal.
Exactly. Permanent and personal. Something I do not normally dabble in. I thought maybe a 9-link chain around my arm, each link representing all of us.
Well, I think it's a damn fine idea.
Sounds pretty gay now, man, but it's pretty cool. Not
Would
as
you
gay
like to
as
have one as well?
friendship bracelets.
I mean, it's awfully sentimental.
You're a union after all.
I might just be envious because only a quarter of my body is viable as a tattooing surface.
We can shave you, it's fine.
Nah, I'd rather not.
No, I'd rather not. I think I'm good.
You
They-
can also ink your
the-
fur.
They do make, yeah, they make inks.
There
do
is
they?
a way to change the pigment of your fur,
Yeah.
just temporarily even.
It's
Would I
Sure
be
is.
less imposing if I would less red though? Like, be honest with me here.
Do you want to change your entire fur color? I mean,
Nah,
feather color?
just like I mean like
You're kind of both feather and fur, so it's a little confusing. Sometimes.
Just don't go yellow. I feel like if you go yellow, you could probably like teach children in kindergarten
Yeah, you're
Uyghurs and
you're an awfully big bird. You don't want to be yellow.
right.
right.
yeah.
I just got it.
I'll stick with red.
Yeah. I'm going to look for.
I
a
feel like
tattoo,
it
sir.
fits my passion and my burning anger.
Would anyone else want in on this group marking?
I mean, like maybe if you do it on my wrist or something.
Sure.
I just don't want to shave for this. I'm sorry if that sounds like really shallow and like I'm not committed
No,
to
it's
the
fine.
idea.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I have a lot to think about. I'll think about it, but
I'll do it. Why not? What's the worst that could happen?
An infection.
I'm gonna hold off. I just get this feeling that I might need to remove one of those links because of imminent betrayal, and you know.
Oh,
Um,
who do you
make
think
it
would
real
betray
difficult.
us?
Plus, I haven't checked if Yule's
I
even
have no
alive,
idea,
so-
Nomad. None at all.
Yeah, we haven't done a monthly check yet. Still, is Grandma alive still?
She's
Yeah.
fine. Last I checked. Do you want it to just be 8 links? Then
I'd poke
Well-
her with a 15-foot stick.
She
No,
lets
that
out
GIF-
a single gasping snore. There's a death rattle. It feels like you've reached beyond the grave. But then she mutters something about pancakes. Yeah.
Cornbread waffles.
And then she says something that is vaguely.
That's the secret.
It sounds like it might be an extremely old-timey slur against like kobolds or something, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, she's fine.
Damn dirt lizards.
There we go.
I did it.
You did it.
Before we
Perhaps-
go get our before we go get our new tattoos, maybe we ought to ask this fella here whatever questions we got, then put an axe in his head.
Yeah, I want to question him too, but I'd also really appreciate being the one to kill him. Just to like my own,
No, I think
complexes. You don't need any temp HP right now, right, Nordo?
I think that's only right. A man take his own kill.
I drop kicked that motherfucker into the ocean and then dragged him out.
Now that I've got the spine of the Cloud Piercer Mountain, I never really need to worry about temp HP anymore.
Yeah, good for you.
I still haven't taken damage. I didn't in that fight. I haven't taken damage in weeks.
Oh. I'm so happy for you. It must be nice.
I'm going to add immortal to your perks.
There's only
Appreciate it.
one person that deserves this kill.
I hate to admit it, but you're right.
It's true.
Vasu
It's-
is probably like holding his spear to this dragon's throat and then just like looks over at Gale and is like, all right.
That was a pretty cool maneuver that you two did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did the
this
guy
is all
arrive
you.
with the
You
steel
deserve-
yet?
I'll kind of like push Gale up to this unconscious dragon on the cusp of death
Alright.
and be like, if you're not
Yeah,
gonna do it, I will. I understand if you want to like monologue or something before it, but he needs to die, right?
I'm gonna kick him in the snout with my metal leg,
Alright.
and then I'm gonna walk over. I'm gonna give the 2 daggers of dragon feasting to Elise. This is the first person to attack your city since you were named queen. It's only fair that you decide their fate. Either you choose to imprison him, show some mercy, or execute him here. You get to decide how you want to rule here.
Oh,
Following that lead, I'll kind of stow my spear and take a little bow toward Elise.
boy. She kind of looks at the dagger and she looks at this thing. It is not a man's coin that designs his worth. But she kind of calls over her shoulder. Where would we keep a dragon? Do we have anywhere to put a dragon? And a bunch of people start, like, putting their heads together, trying to think of how they would imprison a dragon.
I can make him into something else for like an hour to let you move him, but
That would be good. That would definitely be a start.
actually, can
Boy.
you do that? That's already passed out.
I don't want to rule killing him out of the question if this is not going to be safe. I don't want to put anyone else in danger, but he may have information.
With
Yeah.
the steel that I asked for earlier, we could clamp his mouth shut and just ask him telepathically. But also, if you wish for him to speak physically, we could just remove his breath glands.
I'll be the one to say that I think this is a real bad idea. I think we should ask this fella whatever questions we got and off with his head. That's just my 2 cents. Something like
Nah,
this.
that's make that 4 cents.
Yeah.
too dangerous to have this thing sitting in. I mean, he's. I don't know. But you're the queen, Louise. It's your call. But if you want my 2 copper, too dangerous to keep this one alive.
Yes.
Once we know what he has to tell us.
I know. I don't. I want to ask him questions, and I would like to get him a. I don't want the people here to think that I will simply kill anyone who opposes me. But he did attack the city and the queen and the heroes that saved the city. He deserves death, and I think that he will get it after we've had time to question him. With that said, that all hinges on finding a place to actually put him. Until then, we may simply have to kill him where he stands.
So I think if I whack him upside the head hard enough, he'll wake up, and then we can ask more questions and finish it up right here.
Give me just a few minutes. I think I might have something for this.
Yeah, it is about this time, too, that the blacksmith returns with a cart that is loaded not only with steel ingots, but a bunch of other metals. He's got some brass, some iron, and some tools.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got shit. Hang on. I've got mithril. I've got some other crafting materials. I was also just gonna start like molding earth to trap this motherfucker as best as I could with that over multiple castings at 17th level.
So I can help with that part.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. You guys are able to kind of work with everyone to get him. Let me actually go take a look at the map and see where this would be best done.
It may also be possible for you, like, if you can change his shape and use those shackles on him temporarily.
Ooh, good call.
I would change his shape, but I forgot that it doesn't work on things that can already change the shape.
Can you shrink him with reduce?
Not small enough for the shackles, unfortunately.
Can you increase the size of the shackles and reduce him?
Not at the same time.
Oh, here
Or
we
did
go.
you give the gun to 2 different people?
I made a different gun.
Oh.
This is fitting and appropriate. After a little bit of time and planning, you're able to, first of all, gather enough people and enough carts together that you think you can just move him unconscious throughout the city without too much trouble. It's going to be an ordeal, but it can be done. But there is an archway in this gate. Let me actually pull you over to the map. There's an archway in the wall that separates the upper and lower classes that is just the right size to kind of squeeze him in there with his arms pressed against his side and bound with iron or steel or whatever you end up using. You can muzzle him and basically keep him trapped in this like archway in the wall for questioning and possibly execution later. Kind of, I think. I don't 100% remember all the lore there, but it sounds right.
Yeah. They built a thingy specifically for capturing dragons.
Yeah. And you guys have no significant time pressure and all of the resources of a very large city to get this done. I'll say that by, it would be late because you also did a little bit of talking and planning, but by sundown, 6 or 7 or so, you have Mr. White in his dragon form, very securely kind of bound and basically tethered inside of this gate that separates the upper and lower cities of
Okay.
Unrush.
Okay, I have to do a thing.
All right.
I pass my spear that I got from my father to D, and I say, "Hey, you ever decapitated a dragon before?"
No, I can't say that I have. No.
Then I might be a chance.
It might. We'll see how this questioning goes. In like one fell swoop, that's a lot of neck to get through.
I believe in you.
All right.
That's all I've got for now.
Okay.
So like with the with fabricate, could I make some sort of muzzle or just clamp that will prevent him from like breathing the cold breath but allows him to talk?
You could definitely make one that prevents him from doing the breath. I guess this would be like a weird medicine check, some way to suppress the ability to do the frost breath without suppressing the ability to speak. This is going to be difficult, but you could give me a very difficult medicine check to try to come up with something.
Let's see.
Say I can just cut that shit out if you can find it also. There's no reason we ever need him to be able to breathe again.
Yeah. Though I feel like it might have trouble with him speaking. But also, we don't really need him to physically speak because we can just connect with his brain.
Yeah, we've got a lot of ways to work around this.
I don't know how to do this.
Yeah, it seems like a very difficult question to you because breathing is easier than speaking. It's hard to block one without blocking the other.
It's easier for him to do the dragon breath than to speak.
Right. What you can do, and what you have almost certainly accounted for here, is keeping him muzzled, and keeping it so that like he doesn't have a lot of free range of movement with his head. I trust that you guys are not stupid and that you are taking precautions here, that you are doing everything reasonable to keep a dragon actually tethered and not dangerous. I suppose if like any two of you want to give me some sort of a planning check, like just an intelligence check of some sort, we can make this official.
I have a thing that I'll do.
Okay, excellent. Hit me.
I'm going to, if we can, just take basically a chain, wrap it or some kind of manacles of some kind that'll wrap around his neck and limbs in a way, and then have that connected to the end of a spear. And at the end of the spear, there's a little bit of a piece of string which connects to several sticks of the dynamite. Stick the spear into him so that if he moves, it'll pull the pin and just blow out his insides.
Excellent. Okay. So, okay, perfect. It's also very much obvious to him whenever he wakes up how this contraption works, so
Presumably
he realizes
we'll
not to do it.
warn him too.
This is some Saw bullshit.
I was about to say that's some jigsaw shit.
It's an attack on Titan.
Where he puts the grenade at the guy's butt.
Christ.
I hate this, but I love it.
Alright. One way or another, you get him thoroughly restrained. You have this plan in motion so that he knows not to do any sudden movements or retaliation or attempt to breath. And if you want to get it out of the way now, you can wake him up and begin questioning while you're here.
Knowing all of the contraptions rigged up to this dragon ahead of time, I probably won't actually have my little brother standing within 5 feet of him. If that's fair.
Yes, that seems very reasonable.
I want to give him some glory moment too, but I am also going to stand exactly 15 feet away from this dragon and go into tunnel fight a stance.
Okay.
The whole time.
I'll walk right up to his face and with my medicine proficiency just find a way to wake him up, and once he's up, I told you he was going to kick your face in. I was just wrong about which one of us was going to do it. Look over Vasu.
There is this almost instinctive look, like he wants to snarl, that he wants to snap, he wants to attack, but he quickly realizes like the situation that he's in, and I assume.
Oh yeah, real tough guy. Believe me, I want to kick your face in too. And I kind of like point a thumb over at Gale. And I'm
Yeah.
like, but he's the one that's got you on the ropes right now.
Kill me. Why
That's
don't
all
you
I've got
just
for now.
kill me?
Because
That's
we
so
need information
boring.
From you.
Why would I tell anything to you?
Why? Because we can let you live.
You wouldn't.
Try me.
What do you want?
What do you know about Oz? Ozdirith.
Was it Dearth? I've heard that name. It's been a long time, not since the war. I think he fucked off to the west somewhere.
What do you know about the fast food industry?
This is canon, guys.
Are you White Castle?
He-
Tell me.
He actually does kind of get like a little bit of a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. He says, "You really have been doing your research, haven't you? Yeah, those vendors, I know they're up to some dumb fucking magic. They've got everyone on the ropes for those donut churro stick things. Tastes like fucking garbage, but you pigs will eat anything."
And your sliders are awful too. You've got no room to talk.
Pay a right arm for a donut and a left arm for a glass of water. It was a good empire while it lasted.
What's the name of Anton Zufin mean to you?
Never heard it.
Is he lying?
Give me an insight check.
By the way, Elise, could you pop Zone of Truth?
Does she have that?
So
If
why
not,
do you
Moat
shot
can.
when you're small, but you look like a dragon when you're big? Why don't you just look like a dragonborn? Or like a really, really big flying shark?
Because I like the way the sharks look.
Hey, me too. I get
Oh,
that.
okay, it's his persona. Got it.
Vasu, please your hormones.
Christ.
Shut up. You shut up, you.
I can smell them from here.
Alright.
Sharks are to the water as birds are to the air.
Elise doesn't have it prepared, but presumably either one of the court wizards would, or Moat probably has it. So after some time, there is a zone truth that is dropped in. Mr. White says, "Oh, fucking please." But does eventually succumb to it, and whoever is running the spell will mention that he has succumbed to it.
Sweet.
How long does this spell last?
10
I ask
minutes.
not to Mr. White, but to the person casting.
About 10 minutes. I can do a couple more if we need.
Does it have a limit on question?
No, but, they're not forced to talk.
I press my spear toward Mr. White's throat, and I say, "Are you afraid of death?"
A little, I suppose. I've heard stories, I don't know which ones are true.
Press it a little closer, and I say, "Which option scares you most?"
That this is it. That this will be my last conscious, fleeting thought. Talking about donuts trapped under a bridge.
It is kind
Do you
of
think you deserve better?
I don't think anybody deserves anything, no.
I feel like if you're gonna tie talking about donuts onto a bridge, you should at least be blasted off your ass drunk. But that's just me.
Oh, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? My everything hurts. What did you do to my jaw?
Did he say that to me particularly?
All of you, but kind of.
I can't remember who fucked up his job most.
There were a couple
think
of real good hits to it.
Was that one of my stunning strikes or the
Yes, I
mana
think your
pulls
last
around it
stunning
right now?
strike is what did it.
He also had a bunch of concrete filling his mouth, so.
Yeah.
Also
Yeah.
that.
Oh, a lot of us did plenty.
That was,
We've got
we-
better questions to ask you, though,
that was a neat trick.
while
with
you're still breathing.
the mud.
What do you know about Ozymandias?
That if I say anything, he will give me something much worse than death.
It's fine. We'll kill you after you say anything.
I need him to elaborate for reasons.
I don't know exactly what he can do, but I know that he has punished people that we thought had escaped to the safety of death. I don't intend
Who's
to be one
we?
of them. I can't answer that.
I think you could.
I could.
No, he if he said that he can't, he literally can't. He can't lie.
How does this magic bullshit work?
I can't answer it safely.
Oh, you're really steaming me off right now, pal.
First time we seen you out there by that big icy place with the big bird in it. What was he doing out there?
I like to revisit home sometimes. It feels more natural than these cities. It's like living among ants. I like to see my children sometimes.
How were they last time?
Hungry. Excited.
Who's your mate?
Yeah, are you seeing someone?
Vasu, and
Sorry.
I
I'm
kick him
sorry.
with my metal
I'm
leg.
sorry. I don't.
Okay, Vasu, we need to escort you from the premises for the moment.
D probably escorts Vasu away at this point.
Stop hitting on the dragon, says me.
I'd rather die than bring her into this.
Give me a moment to convene with Her Highness.
I think we got our option here, though.
I'd like to go and speak with Elise privately for a moment.
Sure, she's kind of just waiting off to the side, a safe distance away, but close enough to hear everything.
Would you be willing to pardon him?
That is a difficult question. Well, let's see, what has he actually done? He has attacked me. He has threatened to extort the people of the city, I think.
He's kept Saltbowl tormented and under his thumb for decades.
Yeah.
I don't think that he deserves. He should die, and I get that, but I need him right now.
You've all done a tremendous amount for me. If you have a purpose for him, I think that my people would be at more ease if they knew why, but I'd consider it, yes. What for?
Because, like on Mirage, my home is in danger. And I think a good way to repay you for the damages that he's done here maybe be to help someone else.
Do you think he'll do that?
I think we can make him an offer that would be convincing.
An offer that he can't refuse. Sorry, I'm not here. I just had to say that in Vasu's voice.
I'm willing to have this conversation. I'd like a chance to review it before anything is confirmed, of course, but if you think that you can convince him to work with you, he seems it may be a powerful ally. That I would have a hard time believing he would uphold his end of things. Do you know a way to do it?
Zone of Truth is helpful. If necessary, I think there's some spells that we could look into.
Yes, right. I'm willing to consider it. I would want to hear the deal before I agreed to anything.
Of course.
I trust a lot of you. It's just that he doesn't seem a trustworthy ally.
Yeah. I'll see if he is even interested in this first.
Right, yeah.
Well, that's going on. Nomad tells everyone else to kind of stay behind. When we execute him, I can get him to answer all our questions, whether he wants it or not. Safe or not.
Yeah, we've got that option. We could pry the information out of there, whether he wants to give it to us or not.
I'll find out what this safety and death is to him.
We have a suspicion, right? The
Yeah,
Crosswinds.
something like that. The Crosswinds would prevent his soul from seeking respite. Provided they decide to execute him.
I don't see another way around it.
I have a proposition for
Hello,
him.
Gale.
Hello.
Oh, please let me kill him.
Oh,
That's my headcanon D voice.
right. White. I need your help with something. If you're willing to assist me and comply to everything that I say, then we're willing to discuss the possibility of your release.
This is intriguing. I'm a man of business. I have to stress for emphasis that there are things worse than death, but not dying is nice too. I'm all ears. I'm not going anywhere.
I have several conditions. The first is that after you finish assisting us, you leave, return to your children, and never come back. You never touch this city. You never return to Salt Bowl
Or Eisenmar.
or Eisenmar or anywhere else. You go to your
You've
home.
probably got a list already,
leave.
don't you?
Yeah.
Confined.
Basically, you fuck off and leave the people of these cities alone.
All right. Okay.
Obviously, if somebody comes hunting you, you can defend yourself. But
A house arrest to speak.
yeah.
Yeah.
You can return to your mate and your children. Whatever the fuck you want. I don't really care. As long as you leave these people alone.
All right. What else?
Then I need you to assist me in killing Azudirith.
I cannot do that. I've already explained there are things worse than death. I could
You
not
can't.
do it safely.
You can't harm Ozymandias.
Azadirith is Ozymandias' child.
Azudirith has overstepped his boundaries.
Does Ozymandias think that?
Yes.
How do you know?
We have things that we can't say either.
Give me... Yeah, we'll keep this conversation going. I'm gonna get a roll later. Alright, assuming that Azadirith has gotten on Ozymandias' bad side. And, sure, keep talking. What else?
That's it. All I want is to take Saznak back. After that, you're free to go.
I help you take Saznak back. I help you kill Azadirith, and then I return to my
You have
home.
to assist.
I have to
We'll
assist.
figure out the specifics of how that's going to work out when the time comes.
Why would you trust me with this deal? I don't
Well, I
understand.
wouldn't, which is why the final condition is that you remain here until we have prepared some resources to ensure that you will follow this deal.
Oh, this just sounds miserable. The alternative is being beheaded, though. I'm interested. I would need proof that this does not go against the will of Ozymandias. I will not work against him. It's not in my best interest. But I'm not going anywhere. I'll sit here until you can bring me proof, and if you can bring me proof that this will not land me in trouble with the big man, I'm interested.
Understood.
Suppose I should get used to this view. He kind of like turns his eyes, but not his head, because of the explosive spear that he believes is jammed into his jaw.
Don't worry, we'll have somebody come and do a puppet show for you.
Oh, delightful.
And I'll step back and go and confer with the group.
As soon as it's clear that we're either telepathically or otherwise no longer at risk of being heard by Mr. White. Okay, this is your business. I'll help you however you need, but why would we trust this fella when we could just, we got other friends, so why don't we ask Alexina? We at least know she's good.
We also know that she doesn't want any involvement with this, and also I get the feeling that they may have,
Exploded.
You think they're mates?
I think it's not out of the realm of possibility.
We could ask him while he's under his own truth.
We could,
Are you,
but I don't want to risk.
So are you seeing anybody?
I don't want to bring it up because I don't want to bring her name up at the risk of me being wrong about this. It's just a gut feeling. I don't have any proof or evidence towards it.
It's
But what can he offer us?
Well, he's a big fucking dragon. He can do a lot of damage and be a real big distraction for Ozymandias.
Certainly there are other ways to make distractions.
There are, but there aren't a lot of other ways to lure Ozymandias out. Like I said before, he's got his cultists, the lair, all of the traps. He'll know how to use everything in Saznak to his advantage. I don't think there's anything that we could do to lure him away, but a big dragon could.
How would a big dragon lure him out of his lair?
Well, if we have Mr. White go on a bit of a rampage or start making demands, I don't think that even his cultists, as powerful as they are, I think that he'd try to take it out personally, especially if we have Mr. White with us assisting.
Then how would he take, if I may ask, his gaze off of us if we are there with him?
Well, I think that we just need some of us to be there, particularly those of us who are a bit more fighty. Looked at Vasu and Nordo. Meanwhile, we can have Ace somewhere where he can get a good vantage, and I've been working on something that might be kind of useful in taking out a big dragon.
I don't know nothing about Thousand Earth except what you've told me, but if you think that he would come out of Saznak with this plan, that certainly seems our best bet. I think we're best off not trying to fight him on his terms.
It's a possibility. I haven't seen Zasnak in several years now. Like, I didn't see a whole lot of it while I was still there. So I don't know what changes have been made. I don't know what defenses he's got, but I'm sure that there are some, and they're going to be dangerous.
I have seen Sasnak. Perhaps we could keep watching until we find out a bit more of the layout.
That would be a good idea. We also know that, thanks to Uno, that there's some kind of a gas in there, and not being in there would be kind of our best way to avoid it.
Hmm.
I mean, it's
Immun-
just one dragon. How scary could it be?
Immunizing ourselves against poison will also prevent the gas from affecting us.
Way ahead of you. Do you know if this gas is flammable, perhaps?
Um, if it is, that means we can't use any fire.
I think that means we could.
It
If
would
you
kill
want to
every kobold in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
you want to
yeah,
scorch
that.
all of my people to death, yeah.
Yeah, never mind that idea. I was just thinking, tactically. I
You were
thought I
so
would call it, but
bloodthirsty today.
no, I was just thinking like we could brace our own advance with a big fireball. But you're right. There's a lot of kobolds in there too. I apologize.
Yeah, and those kobolds are half of the problem. With their, if they're all being controlled, they're just kind of a wall that's he's going to be fully willing to use as a meat shield.
That's
How tall can kobolds really be? And how
for-
tall are these tunnels?
A metaphorical wall, Vasu.
Don't you come at me with metaphors.
I know it. I am only now learning some of them.
if we. I can't speak for Dareth, but if I was a big giant fuck you powerful dragon with a whole storm cellar to hide in with people all around me to protect me and traps and all this, I don't know why he'd come out for Mr. White or for anyone.
I think I might have a thing that could
That's-
help with that.
That's why I was thinking Mr. White would be our best bet at getting something that would bring him out. I hate to admit it, but as strong as some of you are, we aren't generally. And I think that even though he'd be willing to sacrifice them, I don't think that he would also be willing to just throw a bunch of them at a wall that wasn't going to do anything.
We must make the bait better for the prey. Something more enticing than another dragon. What is it that Ozadirith wants?
Me.
There we have it. You can ride Mr. White. If we go with this plan.
To do this, we also need to convince him that Ozydirith is on Ozymandias' bad side.
Is he not?
I kind of thought he was, but we don't have proof.
Say that one. I forget what it was. A letter, a vision, or something. A brain-eating dream. Something we had indicated that he was like. I think he called him like his idiot son or something.
Yeah.
I think he thinks they're all idiots, but
Yeah, I think it's less that he's not in favor, but more like he doesn't care for them overall because he can just make more.
According to these notes we got from Uno, too, he's still, whether or not he's in Ozymandias's good graces or not, he's still part of his plan. He still needs Ozydirth to keep doing what he's doing. I'm not saying we can't convince Mr. White otherwise, but I don't think that based on what Uno's telling us, that Ozydirth is that much against Ozymandias right now. I trust you, Gale. Your call on this, and I'll go with whatever you want. But if you're asking my 2 cents, I think that bringing Mr. White into this is going to end up with us fighting Mr. White and Ozydirth at the same time and making things worse than they were going to be.
That's why I think that we can find some magic that can bind him to this deal. And as long as we write out the stipulations of it very closely, then we should be safe.
I didn't even know they made that kind of magic.
There are very few.
Well, Nomad did it, so
Lawyers do it too.
As long
I
as we
could
got
do it.
As long as we got Mr. White working with us anyway, maybe we should take him to the Wandering Sun, have him help us deal with that situation too. I don't know if that
While
would
he's
go
here?
against Ozymandias.
We can ask.
I mean, I think it would based on the notes we got from Uno, but couldn't hurt to ask, I suppose. He didn't know who Anton was.
yeah, might as well ask. It might, if we want, we can also use the key to go and speak with Alex and see if they are together as I theorized. That way we don't have to bring up her name
So
to
I'd
him
rather
until we know.
ask her than ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real quick, can I go over to Mr. White with like a little 1v1 telepathy and be like, what's your true dragon name? I'm certain it's not Mr. White.
It's not, but I don't know why I would tell you.
It could save your life.
I don't know how.
Hmm?
I don't know how.
I suggest you do. Damn it. I suggest you do again. Yeah, okay, fuck you. Haha. DC 19. DC 19. Damn it! How do you get back?
15, because he's had like several hours of turns.
Oh, right, it comes back in turns. Let me see how
Yeah.
much I got. 3, 6. Darn, I only had 1.
He's all out if you do it right now.
Can I help with this in a far fetched way?
I only have 2 mana left. I can't cast it again because it's 3 mana minimum.
I have my spear pressed to his throat this whole time, probably, or at least as long as Vasu is conscious.
Oh, there it is. Ace transfers me 1 mana, and I do it.
All right,
A gift.
do it again. Here we go.
Ha! He fails.
God damn it.
And I am insane again. 0 mana.
Oh,
I was a ratinum.
Ha 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 ha! He's an Oz!
It's Oz. Like that something.
Does this help? His name is Ozarathnam.
I don't get people who name their kids after themselves. It's just gonna get confusing.
It's a pride thing.
It's stupid. What?
It'll make asking Alex a little bit easier. I'll go and try and use the windswept key to go in and ask her.
All right, you turn the key and travel there and find the hollowed out crater that is all that's left.
Please God, no! I've been holding my breath this entire time when this happened.
No, you find yourself emerging from one of the ships, and one of the little ones finds you first.
I forgot nobody knew what happened.
Yeah,
No,
nobody
we were
has-
like, did it or
Been
did
waiting
not.
this whole time.
This
Yeah.
was
Which one of the ships, by the way?
this was a Schrodinger's like situation here. Just kind of sitting on the edge of her seat.
one of the twins is where you put it on one of the scrambled eggs.
Which one of the ships, though?
The
It
twins
is-
of the ships.
It is the left of the scrambled eggs.
Oh, I thought those
Or
were
wait, no, I'm
dragons.
sorry, not the scrambled eggs. Yeah, it was the scrambled eggs. That's right. It was the leftmost one of the scrambled eggs.
Gale, I swear to God, if you blew up the tidebreaker, Philo is gonna hunt you down
I thought about it.
somehow.
But you find everything right where you left it, including the young ones, which kind of sniff you out first, and then eventually like get real excited, like we have a visitor, he's back, and then she comes over. How did you
Hey,
get here?
I can't leave this room. So I'm gonna shout through the window.
She kind of like lowers her head to the porthole and like looks through. Oh, this is a tiny one, isn't it? What are you doing in there?
I needed to ask you a question. It's kind of personal. Is that okay?
Okay.
Who's their father?
Give me a persuasion check. Is it important? What do you need to know?
It's very important because, well, we're potentially gonna kill somebody. I want to know that it's not him, because then
Oh,
I feel kind of guilty.
no. If it's... You can't kill him. His name was Oztakaska.
Did we know this?
No, I don't think so.
We did. It was in the when we identified the tidebreaker. It
Well,
was given to her by Ostakaska.
To be fair, it wasn't explicitly stated that they were together, but...
right.
I mean, who else would give it to her?
I'm sorry, this is Philo.
Sorry.
I want to
it's
know how
okay.
this fucking boat got to some fucking bitch ass dragon.
If only somebody had written an entire story for you.
Did they somewhere?
It's in the archive, bro. We gotta solve
Yeah.
it.
Oh god damn it, Zalanji!
It's in here. He
Rat
shakes the-
bastard.
He's a snake bastard.
You
Well,
snake
okay.
bastard. I
Do you
want to
know
know everything
Azaratnam?
about both of the characters involved in this, but I don't also want to open a fucking very obvious lich phylactery.
You asked if she knew Ozratnam?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, but there were a lot of Oz's. He had a lot of siblings.
We've noticed.
Yeah.
Well, this makes me feel a lot better. I'm sorry if we kill your brother-in-law.
Well, most
Talk to you later.
most of them are. Oh, okay.
Wait, what? Most of them are.
She kind of like leans in close and lowers her breath and says, "Assholes." And one of the little ones like, "Mom said a bad word. Mom said a bad word. We get to say assholes now. Asshole, asshole. You're an asshole. You're an asshole." Oh God, I'm sorry. Let me just deal with. Good luck.
Sorry. Thank you.
You have such good
No, we-
hearing. Maybe she's just bad at sneaking.
While Gail's gone, I'll approach Mr. White. Say, hey, Mr. White, or Ozratnam, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you know about the Savage Company? They got anything to do with Ozymandias?
I've heard the term once or twice. They bring slaves in sometimes. I've bought a few. Good prices, good leadership, good stock.
Wouldn't go against Ozymandias for you to help us attack that company, hypothetically.
I honestly don't know. I couldn't say for sure. I don't know. No reason to think so.
All right, then. Good to know.
Finally, something failed a saving throw. I'm happy.
I'm so proud.
This is the first thing I've done in 6 sessions.
I feel so bad.
That's
If only... No, I'm not going to do it. I won't do it here. But you all know what I was about to say.
that saving throws are the worst thing, and you should just fucking.
Well, if only there was like a gradient degree of success.
Yeah.
Based on how well you saved or didn't save.
I mean,
That'd be something.
That would be
I'd do
something. Anyway, it's like 12:30. I assume that there will probably be more questions and also deciding what to do with Mr. White. But you guys can continue to discuss it over the week. And also probably discuss your plans afterwards so that I know what to prep.
Yeah. So, while, Mr. White is here, the only thing you really have to prep is, like, gathering of artificers and stillstones, and Nomad's gonna just kind of spearhead the whole building thing.
Yeah. And to some degree, we're gonna probably just do, like, a couple of checks in sort of, like, however many days you dedicate to it. We'll just kind of do a bunch of checks to see how your projects go and go from there. I don't want to get super tied up in the nitty-gritty because there's still a lot of story left to do. But we'll at least figure how well you can kind of set the ball in motion, and then Elise and her council that you've helped set up will kind of carry it on from there.
Also, here's my bill.
Perfect.
Give Elise. As your campaign manager. Hey, what you want?
Perfect.
A hug is fine too.
All right.
Can I get my
Everybody's-
tattoo? Can we get our team tattoo?
Yes,
would you get the team
she will find
tattoos?
some time in the night to find a tattoo parlor with an artist that is not dusted, and she will she'll get a matching tattoo with whoever wants.
I'm in.
Absolutely.
With it, wrist, arm.
She's cool with whatever. She seems a little like she checks with Nordo to make sure that getting a chain around the wrist is okay.
Yeah, it made something different to us than what it might mean to other people, but like this, and he kind of points to the back of his neck where he was like branded as a slave. It means something different.
I like that. Okay, good.
Yeah, we're gonna reclaim this meaning. Fuck those guys, and then we're gonna break them. The entire fleet. Somehow. With a dragon, maybe. Oh yeah, did we level up?
Let me double check. I think you guys were pretty close.
Pretty close.
I heel dropped the dragon today, Beck.
It was pretty cool.
If that's not worth a level up, I don't know what is.
Yes, you guys do level up, which should put you at 18
Hell yeah.
total.
Yes. This is an utterly uninteresting level to me. It's Monk 10, I think. I don't even
I'm
know.
wizard. What does that mean to me? I have a 9th level spell slot now.
Hello.
Oh no.
Terrifying.
This is the end of everything.
Don't have 9 spells, mind you, just the spells.
Oh, okay, we're good for a
Okay.
while. Nomad can't be trusted with 9th level magic.
Dude, 8th level magic is where things start getting real shitty. It's where you get like anti-magic field and simulacrum. Actually, simulacrum is 7th, I think.
I think so.
Something like that. Simulacrum might be 6. I think it's 7.
No.
Sorry, we're 18th total.
You're 18
18
total.
Hey, I'm immune to poison and disease now too.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
I get an ability score improvement or a feat.
Oh, and my movement speed goes up too. I'm even faster than Vasu.
Don't you start with me. How fast are you? Can you even fly? I didn't think so. Shut up.
Ground, Vasu. How fast are you on the
Another
ground?
vacation. What do I do? Also, what do I do?
I can attune to 6 items.
Holy fuck.
A lot of items.
Oh, so what do you do, Flick?
Oh yeah, that also.
Oh, right,
You
that
do.
too. Hang on. We'll save it for
No,
next
I
week.
haven't picked
Yeah.
yet. Say, don't make me pick right now.
We'll save it for next week.
Okay.
It
You
probably
must decide. You must decide.
you should decide if you like talk to
Yeah.
anyone about it before next time. But
I'm thinking about talking to Gale, but not being direct about it. I need to know
legit.
about Oz because I don't even remember which one's which.
The one that contacted you is the big one, the real big,
big
bad one.
guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Ozymandias.
Ozymandias.
I might talk to Mr. White before we leave too, if I can sneak back before we leave.
Also, I'm so sorry for having 6 different Oz's so far in this campaign.
It's okay. I just didn't realize there was more than one at first, and I'm like, this
Yeah.
guy's all over the fucking place. And then I'm like, wait,
Yep.
oh, there's more
No,
than
no,
one.
I'm just
Okay.
glad I'm not the only one who's like entirely retarded when it comes to names.
Yep. I am very bad at remembering names, and I don't know why I did this to myself. Anyway, I'm gonna.
I also apologize. We're still live, and I said a bad word on Twitch.
It's okay. Old habits are hard to break sometimes. I am gonna wind down here though, and we will pick up next week.
Yep.
Get ready for work.
I'll
Good night.
see y'all.
Bye.
See you
Have
soon.
a good day.